Chapter 5240. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation facing over 10 deity, realm, giant cosmos gods. Lin Ling activated all his techniques and slashed out. The Faith Sword formed a powerful sword light that transformed into a crescent moon slash, sending the 10 deity realm, giant cosmos gods flying. Such power! The Sealed Cave Clan's gods had a huge change in expression. One had to know that their power was so much higher than Lin Ling's. And with so many of them working together, they still could not stop Lin Ling. Charge out! Windless and the others used this opportunity to charge out of the encirclement. Pung pung pung. They also used their absolute arts, sending out waves of light that forced the gods to retreat. Wuxia, you are escaping just like that? Have you forgotten how your sister Wu Kai died? Hee, her taste is not bad. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, bringing with it a sense of satisfaction. Wuxia, who was following Lin Ling, narrowed her eyes, and a blood-red flame flashed in her eyes. She suddenly turned her head. Let's go, don't be fool. Lin Ling sensed Wuxia's emotions and could not help but roar. Wuxia took a deep breath and finally left with Lin Ling. It was no wonder she was so angry. Wu Kai was her twin sister, yet she died in the hands of Wu Feng. Furthermore, she died in such a tragic manner. This was the pain of her life. You want to leave? Suddenly, a resounding voice came from behind. Lin Ling and Wuxia, who were at the back of the group, sensed the arrival of a powerful universe that sealed time, space, and even reincarnation. Even though they were rushing forward, it felt as though they were just stepping on the same spot. Not good, Lin Ling roared, clenching the Faith Sword and slashing forward, wanting to break through this restriction. Wuxia, before your sister died, she was shouting, "Sister, under me." At this moment, that cold voice came again, causing Wuxia to grit her teeth. She could not hold it in any longer. She suddenly turned around, and a bugle horn appeared in her hand, blowing into it. This bugle horn was extraordinary and was a sacred item of the Tooth Clan. With this blow, a pair of white and huge horns appeared out of thin air. This pair of horns looked like water ripples, but also like the horns of a goat. It was extremely strange. Furthermore, only the horns could be seen, and the head could not be seen. It was as if the horns had grown out of the rolling mist. Boom! The moment the horn collided with Lin Ling and the others, cracks appeared in the universe space. Then, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and it completely shattered. Kill him. Wuxia's face was cold. She did not run away. Instead, she ordered the twin horns to attack young Master Wu. Wuxia, don't translation. Lin Ling immediately cursed. At a time like this, they should be running away. Translation, kill him. The gods of the Sealing Cave race all sneered and wanted to kill Wuxia, who was rushing over. However, the pair of horns actually sent them flying and killed 3 gods in succession. In the end, the horns crashed into Golden Armadillo King, who was in front of young Master Wu. Golden Armadillo King's golden scales shone with golden light and fought evenly with the pair of horns. At this moment, young Master Wu had completely awakened. A large golden sword appeared in his hand. The golden radiance turned solid and formed a terrifying golden ghost head. Wuxia, you lost your mind so easily. You are too stupid. He disappeared from his spot and appeared above Wuxia's head, slashing down with his sword. Wuxia was still blowing the bugle horn. Her expression changed drastically. Finally, she gave up blowing the bugle horn and used it to block the sky. Kung Chong. However, the bugle horn was sent flying by young Master Wu's sword and smashed into the ground. Young Master Wu's sword did not stop and slashed towards Wuxia. Shua. Blood spurted out. Wuxia's arm was cut off by young Master Wu. The pain caused Wuxia's face to turn pale. Put on. She fell from the sky and lost half of her battle strength. Young Master Wu looked in front and saw the mysterious pair of horns clashing with Golden Armadillo King. He was secretly shocked by the might of the bugle horn. He then looked at Wu Yun, and knew that she could not be left alive. Go to hell. He slashed down with his sword, wanting to split Wu Yun in half. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling arrived. He slashed towards the sky and sent young Master Wu's sword flying. However, Lin Ling's expression was extremely grave, because his faith sword was dimming. He estimated that it would not be able to last much longer. Lin Ling, I have no enmity with you. Why do you insist on seeking death? Young Master Wu looked at Lin Ling with an ugly expression. If I were you, I would have used the opportunity when I was killing Wu to distance myself from the conflict and not play the hero. I'm a little stupid. You can think of it that way. Lin Ling raised his head and said, You are indeed stupid. Unfortunately, people who are too stupid usually die. Young Master Wu sneered. He raised the golden sword in his hand again, and a golden armor suddenly appeared on his body. His aura was increasing crazily at this moment. Lin Ling's expression was grave. He did not know if the faith sword could block young Master Wu's attack. He was after all a saint. To be able to contend with the top 100, he had to rely on various trump cards. However, at this moment, a strong gust of wind swept over, and a huge green bamboo flew over. Looking at the thing holding the green bamboo, it was actually an incomparably huge white ape. It was unknown when this white ape had appeared, but it was extremely violent. Its thick arms held the green bamboo, and its strength was vast. Moreover, the white ape's fur was very long, reaching the ground. It was like a savage. Young Master Wu's expression changed. At this moment, he was unable to defend himself. He was swept by the green bamboo and flew backwards. He crashed into a pillar in the distance, causing the entire underground palace to tremble. Pooh! Young Master Wu spat out a mouthful of golden blood and said coldly, Who is it? Let's go. However, the white ape did not care about him. It threw Lin Ling and Wu Yun on its shoulder and then strode forward. It was as fast as the wind. Stop him. Young Master Wu struggled to stand up. However, he was still injured and could not stand steadily. The gods of the ceiling cave tribe immediately helped young Master Wu to delay the white ape. However, at this moment, a huge bronze bell suddenly appeared in the sky and suppressed them. It actually sealed all the gods inside the bronze bell. Who are these people? They are not weak at all. Young Master Wu saw this scene, and his expression became grave. If it was one-on-one, he would not be afraid of these people. However, they suddenly joined forces and caught him off guard. He did not chase after them. He walked back to where he was and looked at the bugle horn on the ground. His expression instantly became cold. This bugle horn is an extremely powerful divine weapon. Unfortunately, only the bloodline of the Fong tribe can activate it. Lin Ling, you spoil my plans. My Ceiling Cave tribe will not let you off. Don't think that you can escape from my grasp just because you ran away. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. With a slash of his sword, the bronze bell was cut in half. The gods inside were all freed. Chapter 52:41. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations, Young Master. They looked at young Master Wu and said, their faces full of guilt. It's not your fault. The strength of those two is comparable to a god-level giant universe god. Young Master Wu shook his head and looked into the distance. He saw a huge door in the distance. It was hundreds of meters tall and was extremely majestic. Lin Ling and the others disappeared into it. Two people? Not one. The gods exclaimed. No, two people. One of them has the bloodline of the Dongwang clan. I didn't expect the Dongwang clan to enter the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Young Master Wu said indifferently. Collect the dragon stones nearby and then go after them. At this moment, the battle in the underground palace was still fierce, but many people were watching. They were shocked by the battle between young Master Wu and the others. They guessed that the battle between them was a top god-level battle. Senior sister. On the other side, Lin Ling exclaimed on the white ape. He knew who the white ape was. After all, green bamboo represented everything. Moreover, he knew that Saint Guy was also here. Sir, how did you provoke the Sealer clan? Sure enough, Saint Guy appeared on the white ape's shoulder and looked at Lin Ling happily. It's a long story. How did you get in here? Lin Ling asked curiously. Don't mention it. The Chu family is here. Saint Guy sighed. The Chu family? Lin Ling frowned. He remembered that not long ago, he had killed a man called Young Master Chu and obtained Chu Wuju from him. At that time, Young Master Chu had said that they were from the Chu family in the chaotic realm. The Chu family was not comparable to the 8 gods, but it was also extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they had also entered the Dao Pagoda and come to kill them. They attacked from the bottom all the way to the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Many people died, but their goal was to kill us. Xianxia continued. Moreover, when you were not here, we had fought with them several times. Generally speaking, they were stronger than us, but we were not weaker than them. Later, the Chu family asked someone to help them, and they were extremely powerful. Even the Thunder Lord and the others could not defeat them. What happened after that? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He knew how strong the Yellow Emperor and the others were when they worked together, but they still couldn't fight back. This showed how strong that person was. After that, we split up and agreed to enter Dragon's Tomb to avoid them. Now, everyone has entered the Dragon's Tomb, but they have also dispersed. Xianxia explained. However, I guess that Lei Gong and the others had entered earlier than us because Sister Qingzhu and I were held back by the Chu family. It was not easy for us to get rid of them. Rumble. At the same time, White Ape's body trembled as it transformed continuously. Lin Ling and the rest immediately leaped into the air. The White Ape gradually disappeared, leaving behind a green bamboo on the ground. Gradually, it transformed into a woman in white. It was Qingzhu, junior brother. Qingzhu greeted him with a smile. Let's talk while we walk. Lin Ling glanced behind him. He knew that he shouldn't stay here for long. Everyone chatted as they walked. Through Qingzhu's conversation, Lin Ling also knew that Dragon Tomb was filled with enemies. Go to our one Fong clan. Meanwhile, Wu Yin'er spoke. Is your hand all right? Lin Ling asked immediately. Wu Yin'er shook her head and said gratefully, I was too impulsive just now. Thank you for saving me. However, our only way now is to find my father and the others. All the experts of our one Fong clan have entered Dragon's Tomb. As long as we meet up, we won't be afraid of them. Lin Ling nodded. If our people also meet up, our strength will be greatly enhanced. However, I guess it won't be easy to find them. After saying that, Lin Ling also looked into the distance, and his gaze finally fell on Qingzhu and the rest. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Qingzhu and the rest immediately felt that something was wrong. I can't explain it. In short, I feel a faint aura on your bodies. It's very strange. Lin Ling explained, there's no time to lose. Let's go immediately. Everyone nodded and hurried forward. Along the way, they met Wu Feng and the rest. The combination of the two had increased their strength by a lot. After they left the main hall of the underground palace, they found that they had entered another underground palace. This place was even bigger. There were maze-like corridors and a large number of secret rooms. Many dragon stones were hidden in these secret rooms. Moreover, they were at least 3 dragon stones. Therefore, there were many gods in this area. They were searching everywhere for dragon stones and treasures. Lin Ling and the rest were also searching for treasures. Everyone had a great harvest. However, Lin Ling and the rest also encountered a few waves of enemies. These people were from the Fengxue clan, the Wanhai clan, and the Chu clan. Of course, Lin Ling and the rest were powerful. After joining forces, most of them were wiped out. This time, Lin Ling and the rest had just finished searching a secret room. After they came out, they immediately saw a large group of gods blocking the door. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Lin Ling finally frowned. Lord Lin Ling, what's wrong? Saint Gui asked curiously. They had many enemies in the underground palace. It was not strange for them to encounter these enemies. It's too regular. These people will appear at a certain time. There's not much difference in the time. Lin Ling voiced out the suspicion in his heart. Hearing his words, Qing Zhu carefully recalled and immediately nodded. About every 8 hours, we would encounter someone blocking our way. It is extremely accurate. This is indeed a little strange. Hee hee. You can't escape even if you have wings. At this time, the gods opposite them interrupted them. These people were all gods. There were even a few gods in the middle stage of the universe, giant god realm. We'll give you a chance. All of you kneel down, kowtow, and surrender. We'll leave your corpses intact. Hearing these words, Lin Ling and the rest looked at each other and shook their heads. These people probably did not know their strength. Did you hear that? Seeing that Lin Ling and the rest did not speak, one of the gods shouted sternly. Lin Ling and the rest had already made their move. They did not want to waste time here. Although they felt that it was very strange, it was clear that this group of people could not stop them. Rumble. The two sides clashed fiercely. Lin Ling's side had Qing Zhu and Saint Gue Yi. Their strength could not be compared to before. In a short hour, these people were all killed, leaving behind a large number of dragon stones. Saint Gue Yi's strength was already extraordinary. More importantly, as his strength increased, his control of the Dongwang bell also became more powerful. Come out. Suddenly, Lin Ling let out a low growl and looked in a certain direction. Then, he rushed over and grabbed with his big hand. There was nothing there, but the strange thing was that Lin Ling's hand seemed to reach into the water and suddenly pulled out a person. This person was wearing a loose robe. He was small and thin, like a fox. After being grabbed by Lin Ling, he was obviously shocked. "You, how did you find me?" he asked in a shocked voice. Chapter 52-42. That's right. You don't need to know that. What I want to know is why you're following us. Lin Ling said coldly. He had sealed this person with the four-realm universe. Although this person's methods were strange, his realm wasn't high. He was only an early-stage universe giant god. Let's go. Lin Ling signaled Green Bamboo and the others with his eyes. He planned to talk as they walked. After all, it was too dangerous to stay here. Green Bamboo and the others were surprised. Why didn't they sense anything when this person was following them? They walked along the corridor of the underground palace for 2 hours. Fortunately, the underground palace was big enough. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have crossed half the universe. Pum. In a new secret room, Lin Ling and the others appeared. They asked Windless and the others to collect dragon stones, while Lin Ling threw that person on the ground. Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be so alert. The thin fox-faced man wasn't flustered at all. He laughed sinisterly. Tell me, who are you? Green Bamboo frowned. She felt that this person was very strange. After all, this person's realm wasn't high, but he could escape from their senses. He was obviously hiding some strength. Who I am is not important. What's important is who you've provoked. That person said indifferently. He stared at Lin Ling, especially you. Me? Lin Ling sneered. You don't need to worry about me. But do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Is that so? That person shook his head disdainfully. You rising stars don't know how powerful the ancient gods are and how many years they've been through. Forget it. It's a waste of time to talk to you. Just wait for that person's anger. Even if he was caught, his attitude was still high and mighty, as if he wasn't worried at all. After saying that, he closed his eyes. He looked as if he could kill him or cut him up. However, Lin Ling sensed a strange fluctuation. It was a familiar feeling, but when he sensed it carefully, it seemed that no god in the current era had ever used it. And this power only appeared in the square prison. Holy unification. Suddenly, Lin Ling let out a low shout. Saint Guy's expression changed. He immediately activated the Eastern Emperor Bell and enveloped that person. Almost at the same time, the fox-faced man's body became illusory, as if he was about to disappear. However, after being suppressed by the Dongwang Bell and Lin Ling's Four Realms universe, his illusory body gradually became solid. Clearly, this person was using some mysterious method to escape, but was stopped by Lin Ling and Saint Guy. What? That person suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed. You want to leave? Lin Ling looked at the man coldly, looking straight into his eyes. I really thought you weren't afraid of death. But if you weren't, why did you run away? That person's face immediately turned green and red, unable to answer. Tell me, who sent you? As long as you tell me, I'll let you go. Okay, I'll tell you. I was called here by the Chu family. You killed the members of the Chu family, so they came here from the chaotic realm to take revenge. That person said with a pale face, I've told you everything I know. You should let me go. Qing Zhu and the others frowned. The Chu family was really something. They had sent someone to follow them. Who else could it be other than the Chu family? Qing Zhu asked. Also, Mr. Wu from the Silver Moon clan has joined the crusade against you. By the way, we've also informed the 3 holy sects of White Mountain. That person said everything he knew and almost knelt down and kowtowed. It was obvious that he had become obedient after being seen through by Lin Ling. So many people? Saint Guy frowned. It seems that the Chu family has summoned all our enemies. Moreover, the Chu family knows where we are. Our enemies will definitely chase after us and kill us. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, I think we should leave this place immediately. Junior brother, we can't stay here for long. If we're surrounded by them, we'll be in big trouble. Qing Zhu nodded. You better leave now. It won't take long for the pursuers to catch up with us. Seeing Lin Ling and the others were about to retreat, that person begged for mercy immediately. I've already told you that you have to let me go. You can't go back on your words. Get lost. Saint Guy said immediately and was about to take back the Dongwang bell. Wait. At this time, a voice interrupted him. It was Lin Ling. That person had been glad that he could finally escape. However, Lin Ling's interruption made his heart skip a beat. Saint Guy and the others looked at Lin Ling and didn't understand why Lin Ling asked that question. You haven't told me clearly about the person you mentioned before. Lin Ling was still looking at the fox-like man, but his words made the man's heart skip a beat. He's from the Chu family, he said with a smile. You said that person was very powerful. We're courting death by offending him. Lin Ling asked again. He's from the Chu family? Yes, he's the current family head of the Chu family. He's from the chaotic realm, so he must be very powerful. What's his strength? How old is he? What does he look like? Well, my strength is lowly. How could I be qualified to meet him? The fox-like man said with a wry smile. Don't try to search my soul. My soul has been marked. As long as it's searched, my soul will explode. In fact, Lin Ling had wanted to search this person's soul for a long time. However, he had given up because he had sensed that power. You're lying. However, Lin Ling didn't believe him at all. That person is not from the Chu family at all. He's a big shot who's even more powerful than the Chu family. He only has one target, which is me. The others are not important at all. Am I right? Lin Ling said again, and a powerful aura was also coming out. Bang! As soon as the man stood up, he was shocked by the aura and sat down on the ground. Qing Zhu and Shengyi were confused. They didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to know about the mysterious person. After all, it didn't matter who the mysterious person was. They were all enemies. I really don't know. The man was trembling. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to judge him like this. You really don't want to tell me? Lin Ling took a step forward, and his aura became even more ferocious. I can tell you that if you don't tell me, you will die here today. That person has the right to judge you, and so do I. What do you mean? Nothing. Lin Ling shook his head slightly. You are a prisoner. That's why you can hide in a place where we can't find you. Similarly, even if you are caught, as long as you escape to prison, no one can catch you. That's why you were so confident before. The man was trembling even more. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at that big shot. I will tell you, he shouted hurriedly. He had been confident before because he thought Lin Ling didn't know the background of that person. However, now he felt that Lin Ling seemed to know a lot of things. Chapter 5243. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't know her name, but I do know that she is a woman, and I am indeed a prisoner assigned to supervise you. By the way, I have heard that she's also a member of the Kunlun Jade Pure Land of the 8 gods of the chaotic realm, and her master is the heavenly Lord Yuan Shi. That's all I know. If you keep your word, spare me. After saying that, he kept kowtowing. Kunlun Jade Pure Realm. Qing Zhu's face sank. She came from the Chaos Realm and naturally knew what this meant. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Junior brother, is the Kunlun Jade Pure Realm also targeting you? Lin Ling did not speak. Instead, he stared at that person and said coldly, I'll let you go, but you have to tell her that Lin Ling, will be waiting for her. After saying that, Lin Ling no longer paid attention to that person and left with everyone. That person felt incredulous. After all, Lin Ling let him go just like that? With doubts, he began to run. In fact, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him anymore. On the other side, Lin Ling left with everyone. Qing Zhu saw Lin Ling's serious expression and could not help but ask curiously, Junior brother, is that person very strong? Qing Zhu had been with Lin Ling for a long time, but this was the first time she saw Lin Ling's expression so serious. It was as if he had met a powerful enemy. One must know that in the Chaos Realm, Lin Ling was surrounded by the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. In the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling was chased by 2 divine tribes. He had never been so serious. Very strong, stronger than we imagined. Lin Ling nodded. Because she's the same as me. She's a prison warden, prison guard. Qing Zhu frowned. She did not understand what Lin Ling was talking about. However, Lin Ling didn't explain. Instead, he led everyone out of the place. On the other side, the fox-faced man was still running away, and he kept muttering to himself, Luckily. However, that Lin Ling is only a saint. Why does he give me such a terrifying feeling? Even deities and pinnacle universe, giant gods, can't give me such a sense of oppression. Sky Rat Lord Tian, if you want to know, I can tell you the answer. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ears. His translation. Then, a powerful force enveloped him and brought him into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in a pitch-black and icy corridor. Painful groans could be heard coming from both sides of the corridor. It was as if they were in purgatory. The sound of footsteps came at the same time. A slender figure walked over from the corridor. He was like the shadow of the heavenly emperor. Every step he took caused the fox-faced man's heart to tremble. Lord Sky, Rat Lord Tian. Is Lord Sky, Lord Sky. You've been discovered. That person stood in front of Sky, Rat Lord Tian, and looked down at him. Tell me, what did he say to you? He said he will wait for you. Sky Rat Lord Tian said nervously. Wait for me. That person lowered his voice and remained silent. After a while, he said, All right, haven't you always been curious about who he is? I will tell you now. He's the same as me. He is the master of the square prison. Like me, he controls countless powerful deities from the era of gods. Because of this, you are afraid of him. He can use the power of the prison on you. Hearing this, Sky Rat Lord Tian's expression changed. Another master of the square prison? Pung. But after saying that, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the prison, blasting heavenly Rat Tian Jun's body and turning him into dust. Lin Ling, that slender figure, was still standing in the corridor. He stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. A terrifying aura emanated from him. In the era of gods, the square prison was broken by the will of the world and was distributed in every corner of the universe. Now, she had the right to reorganize the law and take back all the square prison. On the other side, Lin Ling suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance, sneered, and continued forward. Lin Ling, have they caught up with us? Qing Zhu asked hurriedly. No, but she knows I found her, Lin Ling said with a smile. She probably won't catch up with us for a long time. After all, she is very prideful. After I saw through her trick, she won't do anything for a while. After a pause, he said, However, we can't underestimate the Chu family and young Master Wu. They must still be hunting us. We are still within their range. Lord Lin Ling, what should we do? Saint Guy asked with a frown. He had met the Chu family before and knew how powerful they were. Find a way to get rid of them. Lin Ling said as he looked ahead. They continued on their way, abandoning the dragon stones in the secret chambers. After a long time, they finally walked out of the maze-like corridor. What entered their eyes was an endless wasteland. The whole wasteland was very quiet. Only the gods would occasionally run in the distance. After that, nothing could be seen. This place is a little strange. Xianxia frowned. Let me see if there is another way out. No, we will go from here. Lin Ling interrupted. There are a lot of people chasing us. In such a dangerous forbidden land, we may be able to shake them off. At the very least, they will suffer some losses. Of course, we have to be careful. The forbidden land is a double-edged sword. It can kill enemies and also hurt ourselves. I agree with Lin Ling's idea. Wu Yuner said on behalf of the Ya family. Xianxia also agreed. Then, they entered the wasteland. The wasteland was very quiet. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. Lin Ling and the others walked for a while. Then, they found that any sound here would be very small. It was very strange. Moreover, the gods they met on the way lowered their heads and did not speak. They only wanted to hurry on. There is probably a huge danger here. The sound seems to be the reason for the danger. Xianxia said solemnly after sensing the surroundings. Let's try it out, Lin Ling suggested. Wu Yuner and the others' expressions changed. Call out the danger? What if they cannot face it? Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will be victorious in every battle. If we don't even know what danger there is here, how can we shake them off? Lin Ling said. Everyone felt that Lin Ling's words made sense. Let me. Wu Feng laughed and walked out. His laughter became much dimmer in the air. He activated the power of God and attacked the ground. Rumble. The power of God's attack was obviously different. The sound it brought was also earth-shattering. The ground was smashed by the power of God. Dust flew, and the sound drifted further and further. Lin Ling and the others waited solemnly for the arrival of danger. Time passed. At a certain moment, the ground in front of them shook. Then, a dazzling light floated up from the ground. The light emitted a strong aura. It was actually a 10-dragon stone. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the sound had awakened the 10-dragon stone? If that was the case, they would be rich. Something is wrong. Everyone, be careful. Danger is coming. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted. The 10-dragon stone began to change. On the ground, countless specks of light shot out and merged with the 10-dragon stone. These specks of light were the dragon's soul. Chapter 52-44. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation specks of dragon souls rushed over from all directions, causing the light to become bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, are you going to run? Winless face turned serious as he sensed a dangerous aura descending. Lin Ling quickly pondered and finally decided to fight. He wanted to know how dangerous this forbidden area was. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Fight! Xianxia saw Lin Ling's eyes and instantly knew Lin Ling's decision. Looks like we can only fight. Everyone get ready. Wu Yan also gave an order to the One Fong race. In just an instant, everyone displayed their strongest state. Looking at the blinding light again, it actually attracted a lot of soil to shoot over. Banging sounds rang out, and finally, it turned into a huge earth dragon that was as big as the Great Wall. This dragon was so lifelike that even its scales were incomparably real. A pair of eyes filled with anger stared at Lin Ling and the rest. Humans, you are courting death. It spoke in human language and was extremely majestic. What are you? Lin Ling asked. Great World's ancestral dragon. The earth dragon's voice was incomparably majestic as circles of light blossomed from its slender dragon body. Those who disturbed the dragon's tomb, kill without mercy. It began to make its move. It was like a giant looking down on everyone. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out an endless gust of wind. Rumble. Lin Ling and the rest felt a huge pressure. That gale contained a terrifying power that made it hard for them to resist. Everyone, let's work together. Xianxia shouted loudly. Everyone gathered together and erupted with divine power to block the incoming gale. What kind of power is this? Wu Yan'er's long hair was blown up as she shouted. It's the power of the universe. Lin Ling checked the source of that gale, and it's at least the Three Realms universe. Three Realms universe. Everyone was shocked. After all, Four Realms universe was already extremely rare, let alone Three Realms. We can't break it at all, Saint Guy said anxiously. His Dongwang bell was like a small boat in the middle of an ocean when facing the universe of the Three Realms. That might not be the case. Although this great world's ancestral dragon is powerful, it's not a human in the end. It's just a sentient being. It's not difficult to break it. Lin Ling said, we just need to break his dragon head. The problem now is how do we get out of the universe of the Three Realms? Let's work together to stop the Three Realms. Lord Lin Ling, you go and attack. Saint Guy suggested. No need. Windless, go and attack. That great world's ancestral dragon's defense isn't strong. It's mainly his Three Realms universe. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Windless. All right, I'll do it. Windless immediately nodded, and Lin Ling and the others erupted with all their strength. They didn't hide the slightest bit of strength, blocking that gale for Windless. Windless' expression was delighted, and he immediately rushed towards the sky. Bang, bang, bang. However, no matter how much strength he unleashed, he could not break through the shackles. It was as if he was sealed in a bubble. We are not good. I can't charge out. This time, Windless was anxious. Why is the Three Realms universe so hard to deal with? Wu Yun scolded. With so many of them working together, even a deity realm universe giant god wouldn't be their match. Yet they couldn't break through the Three Realms universe. This Three Realms universe, we can block it, but we can't break it. Green Bamboo looked at the sky and said, the gale formed a barrier that enveloped all of them. Everyone hold on, I'll do it. Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to break through the Three Realms universe, perhaps only his Sword of Faith could do it. He leaped up, and the Sword of Faith appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky and slashed out. Hong long long. The gale was slashed apart, and the sound was deafening. Following that, a crack appeared on the outermost layer of the gale. Seeing this, Lin Ling punched out. The crack immediately exploded, and endless gale poured out from the gap. Thanks. Windless also rushed out along with the gale, and that crack was rapidly recovering. However, Windless had already rushed out, exploding with his deity energy to attack the Earth Dragon. With a boom, the Earth Dragon's head suffered a heavy blow, and endless soil exploded. Shwalala. Following that, those Firefly Dragon souls also dissipated, scattering on the ground like snowflakes, gradually disappearing. Finally, a dragon stone fell to the ground. This was the 10 Dragon Stone. Everyone was relieved, and they were incomparably happy. However, this ancestral dragon of the great world made their hearts heavy. One ancestral dragon required all of them to work together. What if more appeared? Without a doubt, they would be completely wiped out. Luckily, Lin Ling tested a little. Otherwise, if we met halfway, it would be troublesome. Everyone felt a lingering fear. Lin Ling, this is for you. At this time, Windless walked over and threw the 10 Dragon Stone to Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered, and then he didn't hesitate to accept it. He was indeed lacking something to break through. Let's go. Everyone continued forward, and on the way, they chatted freely. After all, they all knew that only the sound waves formed by deity energy could awaken the ancestral dragon of the great world. Rumble. After walking for a full hour, there was a sudden roar from behind. Although the distance was far, the desolate land was originally quiet, and any sound could travel very far. Following that, Lin Ling and the rest saw dust flying behind them. It seemed that there was a great battle. Who is so stupid? And the rest stopped and looked behind in shock. Looks like the pursuers have arrived. Lin Ling pondered and then said, ordinary lone cultivators would be careful here. Only the deity race would dare to swagger around and barge in. Lin Ling is right. Let's go quickly. Qingzhu nodded. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed into the distance. They're so arrogant. Who knows how many people have died along the way? Xianxia said with a gloating smile. Everyone laughed in unison. However, Lin Ling's face darkened. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, they were being hunted down by several god clans. Even if they were to go on a rampage, they would probably kill them all. Lin Ling and the rest walked for a full day, but there was still no end to the desolate land. They have caught up. After an unknown period of time, Qingzhu suddenly shouted. Everyone's face fell. They had not expected the pursuers to be so fast. Following that, they saw dust billowing behind them. It seemed that a large number of deities were rushing over. Looking at the number, it was not a small number. They are there. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Apparently, they had discovered Lin Ling and the rest. Run! Lin Ling did not say anything and led the group to run wildly. However, the speed of the pursuers did not slow down at all. They pursued relentlessly. Lin Ling took the time to turn around and immediately saw how many people were on the other side. It could be said that there were countless of them. There were the 10,000 booms, the Silver Moon race, the Rotten race, and of course the Ceiling Cave race. As for those with strange auras, they seemed to be from the Chu family. No wonder they dared to barge around in the desolate land. It turned out that they had more people than expected. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you grow wings. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. From the distant horizon, a young man was looking over with murderous intent. He was young Master Wu. Chapter 5245. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After he spoke, several dragon stones floated around him. Then, a large number of dragon souls gathered and transformed into majestic earth dragons. Destroy them. Prince Wu ignored the ancestral dragons and continued to chase after Lin Ling with the others. Furthermore, they were all furious. It was obvious that many of them had died in their barbaric attack on the wasteland, and they blamed it all on Lin Ling. Prince Wu, come. I, Lin Ling, am right here. Lin Ling could hear their anger and laughed sarcastically. How many of you have died? Saint Guy shouted, adding insult to injury. Damn it. Curses could be heard from behind. Are you Lin Ling, the one who killed my Chu family and stole my Chu Wuju? You deserve to die. An elder shouted angrily. He was extremely powerful and was a late-stage universe giant god. If not for the wasteland, where there were many dangers, he would have caught up with Lin Ling and killed him. Split up and run. Although Lin Ling was gloating, he knew that if this continued, he would be caught up sooner or later. Moreover, Windless and the others had been attacking in all directions and awakening the ancestral dragons. Otherwise, the pursuers would have caught up with them. Split up? No way. Everyone shook their heads after hearing Lin Ling's words. If we stay together, we'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. It's safer if we split up. As for whether we can escape from them, that's up to fate. Lin Ling said, You can split up, but I want to go with you. Qingzhu knew what Lin Ling was thinking. Now, the pursuers' main target was Lin Ling, so if they split up, more of them would go after Lin Ling. The pressure on the others was reduced. Senior sister, take them with you. If I'm alone, I'll be safer. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He did have this idea in mind when he split up. If he lured the stronger gods away, Qingzhu and the others would be safer. And if Lin Ling was alone, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. All right, but you have to promise me that you'll stay alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Master. Although Qingzhu was worried about Lin Ling, she also knew that time waits for no one. They immediately separated. They're going to separate. As soon as Lin Ling and the others separated, they were immediately spotted by the gods behind them. However, it wasn't easy for them to catch up to Lin Ling and the others. After all, the land in front of them was filled with ancestral dragons from the Great World. This was because Lin Ling and the others had woken them up while fleeing. Sir, should we take a detour? Even though there were many people chasing after Lin Ling and the others, they were still a little nervous when they saw the large group in front of them. Damned Lin Ling. The leaders of the various god clans all looked gloomy. Kill them. Young Master Wu suddenly shouted. He had already suffered a loss in front of Lin Ling once. This time, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was now on the top 100. His strength was only below him. If he was given a little more strength, he might even surpass him. Such a person couldn't be left alive. Kill them? The gods of the Silver Moon race hesitated. Everyone, Lin Ling is the #1 enemy of your god clan. You were summoned by us halfway, which means that this opportunity belongs to you. If you miss it, your god clan will definitely blame you. And if you kill Lin Ling, you'll be the #1 meritorious official of the god clan. The old man from the Chu family said indifferently. He had long silver hair, but his body was like an iron tower. His aura was terrifying. Chu family head, do you also agree to not take a detour and directly kill them? A god from the rotten race asked. That's right. Lin Ling is cunning and has escaped the god clan's pursuit many times. If he finds another opportunity, he will definitely escape again. The silver-haired old man nodded. All right, we'll kill them together. But this time, we have to do it together. We can't let one of the god clans be in the front and the other behind. That's fine, an expert from the Silver Moon race said. Previously, the Silver Moon race had charged quickly and many of their people had died. All right, I agree on behalf of the Chu family. The silver-haired old man nodded. He knew that these god clans all had their own ulterior motives. If they didn't have the same goal, it wouldn't be easy to get them to work together. I agree on behalf of the Sealed Cave race. Moreover, we have fewer people, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll let the Sealed Cave race take the lead. Young Master Wu nodded. In that case, we'll kill our way over and then split up. The others will kill the One-Tooth race's people, and will kill Lin Ling. All the god clans nodded. Then, they unleashed their full strength and charged at the Great World's ancestral dragons. The sky was filled with Great World's ancestral dragons. They were majestic, and all of them had powerful universes in their bodies. They worked together to spit out a gust of wind, forming a terrifying universe. Kill. The god clans had to destroy these earth dragons to catch up to Lin Ling. If they took a detour, it would probably take a long time. This was disadvantageous to them. However, Lin Ling wasn't going smoothly. After all, there were Great World's ancestral dragons blocking him. Although they didn't cause him any life-threatening danger, they did delay him. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't fight with these Great World's ancestral dragons. He could only try his best to avoid them. Senior Guang Qingzi. At the same time, Lin Ling also notified the Square Prison. Now, the Square Prison was his ultimate trump card. I know. In the Square Prison, Guang Qingzi already knew about this. He said solemnly, "You are now being targeted by another prison lord. He is probably waiting for you to use the Square Prison. You have to be careful. This time, release all the prisoners and buy some time. That monkey and I will also do our best to help you." Lin Ling nodded and asked, all right, but what about the green-robed Taoist? He had a feeling that the green-robed Taoist was the strongest among all the Square Prison he had. Him? I can't summon him, but when it's time to come out, he will definitely come out. You can open the prison door at any time, Guang Qingzi said to Lin Ling. As they conversed, Lin Ling had already charged past the Great World's ancestral dragons and flew into the distance. Behind him was an earth-shattering battle, but Lin Ling was getting further and further away. Lin Ling constantly attacked his surroundings, causing the Great World's ancestral dragons to appear and gradually disappear into the distance. Senior Guang Qingzi, could it be that there are 4 people who have the Square Prison? Sensing that the pursuers have been shaken off, Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Logically speaking, there should be 4 people. Back then, the gods of various eras were punished by the universe's laws and imprisoned in the 4 prisons. These 4 prisons were distributed in the 4 corners of the universe. Later, the great calamity of the worlds will broke the prisons, and they were scattered across the void universe. You have one of them. Someone else has probably obtained the other 3 as well. But there's another possibility. That person has obtained the other 3, so he wants to take back your 4th prison. Guang Qingzi continued. The Square Prison is extremely powerful. No wonder that person has targeted me. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 5246. That's right, Guangqingzi said. That's not necessarily true. You're the host of the world's will. You're only in the growth stage now. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the power of the world's will was very strong. For example, his power of belief could cut through everything with faith. This was an advantage. The battle seems to have subsided, but be careful of their sudden attack. That's the most terrifying thing, Guangqingzi suddenly said. Lin Ling hurriedly flew forward. He couldn't wait to leave this wasteland immediately. The wasteland gradually regained its tranquility. Lin Ling moved forward alone, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He came from Wuxia, practiced martial arts in the ancient Yin sect, dominated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, controlled the rainforest sacred land, and then went to the 9 prefectures void of the divine world. Finally, he arrived at the Dao Pagoda. It was as if he had always been fighting alone, even now. The strange thing is that I can't feel any loneliness. On the contrary, I have some expectations and an impulse. Lin Ling looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. He guessed that he was used to it. As for my life's trajectory, although there were 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, most of them were daunting but not dangerous. The biggest danger was the trip to the underworld. I felt that there was a big hand in the unseen world that was controlling my life. Lin Ling said again. He didn't know why, but the closer the battle was, the calmer his heart was. It was so calm that he could hear a strange voice, like the voice of the Dao Pagoda's universe. Lin Ling, in fact, it's not just you. The key figures of every universe are the same as you. For example, the 9 stars of the universe, the host of the world's will, and the owner of the square prison. Their lives were also filled with endless battles, and they were only able to reach their current heights in the end. You're not the only one. When you reach the peak of the universe, you will eventually face each other. Whoever is stronger will be able to persist to the end. Guangqingzi's voice came. Yes, I'm not the only one with good luck. Lin Ling nodded and thought of the experts he had met, and even more of Ning Qingxin and the others. All right, I have a feeling that they're catching up. At this time, Lin Ling stopped flying and floated down to the ground. He had a feeling that he had been locked on by several experts. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight head-on. I wonder how Senior Sister and the others are doing. However, since the leader is coming for me, there shouldn't be much pressure on their side. For now, it's better to take care of myself. Lin Ling's mind instantly churned with several thoughts. Then, he adjusted his condition to the best. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and a figure arrived silently. This person was from the Silver Moon clan, and he had the strength of a middle-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling, I've caught up with you. He looked very old, but he was still vigorous. Next, another figure appeared. It was Wan Hua. Next was the 9 conch race, the rotten race. Although only one of these people came, they were all very strong. They seemed to be leaders. Lin Ling, do you think you can escape? When a young man appeared, everyone started laughing. This young man was young Master Wu. He was one of the top 100 on the 6th floor, and he was even stronger than Yin Chuangyu. Of course, the most terrifying one was a silver-haired old man. Although he was the last to arrive, a powerful aura descended. The Chu family head, you are Lin Ling. He looked coldly at Lin Ling. There were a total of 6 people. Although there weren't many of them, they were all leaders of their respective races. Even without the 6 of them, the silver-haired old man alone was enough to suppress Lin Ling. As for young Master Wu, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Instead of saying that you have caught up with me, it's better to say that I've been waiting for you. Lin Ling stared at everyone. Everyone's expression froze. They thought that they had caught up with Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling said this, they were somewhat unhappy. After all, they were all big shots who could easily dominate life. They didn't like to be controlled by insignificant ants. You are very stubborn. The old man from the Silver Moon race said coldly. The Silver Moon race sent a piece of trash like you. Lin Ling looked at the old man from the Silver Moon race and said, didn't Yin Chuangyu's death make you smarter? You are just a saint. How dare you be so presumptuous? The old man from the Silver Moon race shouted angrily. Do you dare to swear a blood oath on whether you killed Xianxia? In his opinion, a saint giant universe god like Lin Ling couldn't have killed Xianxia. Someone must have helped him. No matter how powerful a saint is, it's impossible for him to kill Xianxia. Wan Hu and the others nodded. Xianxia wasn't an ordinary deity, but one of the top 100. How could they believe Lin Ling? Lin Ling sneered and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at young Master Wu. He knew that young Master Wu knew his strength. Surprisingly, young Master Wu didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Lin Ling. It was obvious that young Master Wu wasn't on the same side as them. They just had the same goal. Elder Chu, what do you think? Young Master Wu looked at the silver-haired old man and asked. The silver-haired old man didn't say anything. He was still looking at Lin Ling. His eyes suddenly turned dark. It was a little strange, but it was as though he could see through Lin Ling. He sensed waves of powerful energy from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling is just a saint with some ability. Being chased by us, the chance of him escaping is 1 in 10,000. He said indifferently. He didn't mention Lin Ling's hidden strength. Instead, he said that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than an ordinary saint. This silver-haired old man obviously had other thoughts. After all, he only met the Silver Moon race by chance. There was no need to remind them. On the contrary, he wanted to take Lin Ling for himself. He knew that if he gave Lin Ling to the 3 divine sects of White Mountain, he would be rewarded handsomely. Young Master Wu sneered. He also had the same idea. Lin Ling, this delicious piece of meat, should be monopolized by him and Elder Chu. We already know his strength. Elder Chu, do you want to attack? The rotten race god said coldly. He seemed to be unable to hold back. You guys attack first. I'll take care of the rear, Elder Chu said indifferently. Okay. The rotten race god didn't hesitate. His divine power erupted as the 5 realms universe was activated. A pool of decay appeared above his head. It kept circling and emitting a terrifying power. Seeing this, the leaders of the 9 Conch race, Silver Moon race, and 9 Conch race all unleashed their strength. It was unknown what method Wanao used, but in front of Lin Ling, a huge starfish appeared. This was a black starfish, and its surface was filled with strange eyes. It was very terrifying. These eyes looked at Lin Ling as though they had frozen the time around Lin Ling. The leader of the 9 Conch race raised his hand, and a strange conch appeared. He placed it by his mouth and blew it. At the same time, a large amount of seawater poured down like a waterfall above Lin Ling's head. The Silver Moon race god had transformed into a giant. He held a huge crescent blade in his hand and wanted to cut Lin Ling into pieces. The 4 leaders' attacks were like the dance of gods and demons. The moment they attacked, divine power surged, causing a large number of dragon stones to appear around them. The great world's ancestral dragon had arrived. Chapter 52-47. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. These people are all at the peak of the middle stage universe giant god realm. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. He knew that the battle was about to begin. He fused his innate talents, and the Pangu true body burst out. At the same time, the 4-realm universe appeared on the surface of his body. Rumble. At the same time, the starfish's eyes froze the time around Lin Ling. This divine light was very powerful and had the ability to resist the great laws of the Tao Pagoda. A battle between gods doesn't rely on the collision of divine energy. Other methods are also very important, such as the power of the universe. Lin Ling, let this old man teach you a lesson. The old man who controlled the huge starfish said coldly. Break for me. However, Lin Ling roared. The 4-realm universe ignored the laws of time freezing. He moved and then accelerated, rushing out. What's going on? The old man's expression changed. Die for me, Universe God Ocean. However, just as Lin Ling rushed out, the 9 Conch clan's God Ocean arrived. A sacred song sounded, gentle and distant, accompanied by the sound of waves. It was like an old sailor's ship in the ancient sea. Sea. At the same time, old Chu narrowed his eyes. He knew that the god ocean had rushed out from the sea seed, and this sea was the foundation of the Nine Conch Clan's attack. It was extremely powerful. Bang! It was as if the seawater of millions of universes had gathered and smashed down. With the first hit, Lin Ling's body sank. The tyrannical song in his hand was almost unstable, and the clothes on his back were also shattered. Lin Ling, how can my god ocean be blocked by you? The leader of the Nine Conch Clan said coldly. Then, he blew the horn in his hand again, as if summoning countless sailors to conquer the god ocean. The impact of the ocean is extraordinarily powerful. It has already reached 3 trillion units of godly force. Young Master Wu said with a frown. Yes, Old Chu nodded, but he also said, however, I see that the power in Lin Ling's body is strange. He shouldn't die so easily. Bang! Indeed, Lin Ling, who had been continuously attacked by the divine sea in the sky, was now rushing out of the sea. His defense was extremely strong. The main reason was that his Panga body was too terrifying, and he also had the 4 realms universe. This brat is actually so formidable. Even a late-stage deity cosmos, giant god, might not be able to withstand my deity sea. The Nine Conch Clan leader who was blowing the horn narrowed his eyes. After Lin Ling withstood the 2 attacks, the blood pool of the rotten race's gods arrived. It could refine everything. At this time, Lin Ling finally launched his attack. He rushed into the blood pool and swung his sword, stirring the blood pool into a mess. He extended his left hand, and Pangu's finger appeared, suppressing the blood pool. Crack! The moment Pangu's finger collided with the blood pool, even the void began to distort and collapse. The powerful force that was formed could tear apart all living beings. This was no longer a battle between gods, but a battle between gods of creation. The faces of the leaders of the various celestial tribes changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong, as if he was an invincible god of war. Eat my blade. However, the giant from the Silver Moon clan also launched a sneak attack. The huge full moon blade destroyed everything. Space was cut open by him. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the cracks spewed out fierce winds. Endless moonlight poured down at this moment, resplendent and dazzling. In the distance, more ancestral dragons from the great worlds awakened. Facing this blade, Lin Ling did not dare to take it head-on. He could feel that the power of the deity exceeded 3 trillion. It was extremely powerful. The Silver Moon clan elder did not seem to be in the top 100, but he was not far off. Of course, Lin Ling could feel that this was the elder's most powerful move. The others were not worth mentioning. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Lin Ling mobilized all of his soul force and formed a large cosmic ray attack. The Silver Moon clan giant's expression changed, but at this time, he could only take it head-on. There was no way he could withdraw his blade. Boom, boom, boom. His soul force immediately suffered a heavy blow, and his mind went blank. In this short period of time, Lin Ling undoubtedly had enough opportunity. He rushed into the sky, dodged the full moon blade, and attacked the Silver Moon clan giant crazily. In midair, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and slashed out with the full force of the eternal killing world. At the same time, the Silver Moon clan giant reacted. Only he, who was strong enough to withstand the Universe 3 Extremes Break without dying. However, his pupils constricted. In his eyes, he could only see a large sword that carried a terrifying killing intent as it arrived. So strong, this was the only sentence in his mind. With such strength, it was not difficult to fight Yin Chuangyu. Why did no one tell him that Lin Ling was so strong? The Silver Moon clan members only knew that Yin Chuangyu's death was not caused by Lin Ling. Not good. The other 3 leaders' expressions changed. Their joint efforts had failed, and the Silver Moon clan leader was in danger. Boom! Lin Ling's sword landed on the giant's neck, and a huge crack appeared on his neck, with moonlight pouring out. Lin Ling. The giant roared. Go to hell. Lin Ling continued to attack the gap, as if he was chopping wood. Gotcha! Under the sword, the gap became bigger and bigger, and the giant could not react at all. Finally, his head fell off, and his whole body became motionless like a stone statue. The whole process seemed slow, but it actually happened in an instant. When the others came to their senses, they were all stunned. The Silver Moon clan leader's neck was cut off by Yi Han's sword, and his head was separated from his body. At this moment, a chill rose in their hearts. Bang! Lin Ling attacked again, and appeared in front of the 9 Conch clan elder, and slashed out with his sword. Bastard, how dare you? The elder roared, and the horn in his hand blocked the attack. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing everything apart. This horn was obviously extraordinary, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's full-strength attack. However, Lin Ling's expression turned cold, and his left hand formed a fist, and he punched out. Boom! This punch landed on the elder's chest, causing him to fly backward and crash into the Great World's ancestral dragon. Before he could get up, the Great World's ancestral dragon spewed out the power of the universe. Ah, save me! The elder did not expect to die in the mouth of the Great World's ancestral dragon. There were only 2 leaders left, and they were panicking. 2 of the 4 leaders were killed, so how could they fight the rest? Young Master Wu, Elder Chu, let's attack together. They looked at young Master Wu and the rest. No hurry. Lin Ling is now as dry as an oil lamp. You can kill him if you have the chance. Elder Chu said coldly. The 2 leaders reacted. Elder Chu was using others to kill him, and he wanted to take the credit alone. Do you think our God clan will let you go if we die? The leader of Wanhua said coldly. No, but the one who will kill you will not be me, but Lin Ling. Elder Chu shook his head with a smile. This time, the 2 leaders knew that things were troublesome, and they knew that they were cannon fodder. At this moment, Lin Ling charged over with his sword. Of course, he knew what Old Chu was thinking. Old Chu wanted to use him to eliminate the dissidents and enjoy the fruits of the battle alone. Moreover, he wanted to use this battle to see Lin Ling's strength clearly. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling had no choice. He would kill as many as he could, even if his strength was exposed. Chapter 52:48. It was the perfect supreme being. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It shone resplendently as he charged at the rotten race leader. Since Elder Chu is not helping, we can only rely on ourselves. The rotten race god looked to the Wanhua leader and shouted, I have truth. The Wanhua leader activated the starfish. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling and froze Lin Ling's time. However, Lin Ling's 4 realms universe was incomparably powerful. It blocked the great laws of the universe. It's indeed ineffective. Although the Wanhua leader had already sensed it, he still found it unbelievable. Not good, the rotten race god shouted. In his eyes, a dazzling sword arrived with the power to destroy everything. It's faith. At this moment, the rotten race god saw something clearly. He saw countless people chanting as the power of faith poured into the sword. The believer was invincible. He finally knew what the sword was. You want to kill him in front of me? Dream on. The Wanhua god shouted angrily. He turned into a starfish and suppressed Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling punched back, sending the starfish flying and crashing into the Great World's ancestral dragon. Ah! The Wanhua god cried out in pain. He was destroyed by the Great World's ancestral dragon's endless universe power and turned into ashes. Looking at the rotten race god, his blood pool was resisting Lin Ling's faith. It was continuously consuming faith, but it was still destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. The rotten race god was killed by the sword. His body was filled with a foul stench. A large number of flies and smelly bugs fell to the ground and twitched. In the end, they died as well. One sword to break all laws. Elder Chu's face sank. He knew that this was Lin Ling's world will power. That sword is very powerful. I have a feeling that it can cut through the universe, illusions, and any other power. Young Master Wu had seen Lin Ling's sword and knew how sharp it was. This is his full strength. We really can't underestimate him. His overall strength is not at the saint level. It's more like the deity level. Elder Chu, only the two of us are left. Lin Ling is already using his full strength. With his current strength, he's no match for us at all. However, the great world's ancestral dragon is constantly approaching. We have to end this battle quickly. The two of them kept talking as if they were treating Lin Ling as someone who was going to die. Lin Ling, as expected of the world will's host body. No wonder you can always escape from so many people. Old Chu looked at Lin Ling, but this time we are 100% confident that we can kill you. You've been watching for so long just to know my strength? Are you that afraid of me? Lin Ling smiled mockingly. I'm afraid of you. I'm really afraid of you. It's very easy for me to fail miserably because of you. With so many examples, I, Master Chu, will not arrogantly look down upon you for the sake of the so-called face. Surprisingly, Old Chu admitted it directly, which made Lin Ling frown. People like Old Chu were the most difficult to deal with if they could put down their pride, put down their arrogance, and retreat in the face of difficulties. Lin Ling, just wait to be captured. Why waste time? I promise you, as long as you die, we'll let your family and friends go. Young Master Wu also spoke. At the same time, he glanced at the great world's ancestral dragon in the distance. He did not want to cause any more trouble. Lin Ling, have been fighting until now. I really don't know what it means to wait to be captured. Lin Ling naturally knew what young Master Wu was thinking. If I can drag two people down with me before I die, that's not bad. Damn you. Young Master Wu's face turned cold. Lin Ling, if you have such thoughts, then I advise you not to do anything useless. Old Chu saw through Lin Ling's thoughts. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to use the great world's ancestral dragon to make the two of them fearful. I can tell you that even if the gods of the Chaos Realm are here, we won't retreat, let alone the great world's ancestral dragon. Plus, we'll be fine. Sorry, you're so weak, but we still hid our trump card from you. Now, in order to convince you, we'll show you our trump card. Come out. A transparent bead appeared in Old Chu's hand. He put it near his mouth and blew gently. Then, he raised it into the air. The bead rotated slowly, and rings of light appeared. Every time it emitted a ring of light, an endless number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals would descend. Old Chu, he actually sent people from the Chu family and the Ceiling Cave clan over. Old Chu, young Master Wu, a large number of great beings arrived. Looking carefully, there were no less than 10,000 of them. After these great beings walked out of the bead, they all looked at Lin Ling. The weakest among them was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Most of them were at the middle stage. With such fighting power, how could Lin Ling resist? Now, what else do you have to say? Young Master Wu couldn't help but sneer. More than 10,000 powerful gods besieged Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would die without a doubt. You're really despicable. You let the other clans be your cannon fodder while you hide such a trump card. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. It's our honor to make you. Lin Ling, so surprised. Old Chu laughed. He was extremely proud and complacent. He shook his head disdainfully. Now, you should know the gap between us. Are you going to wait for us to capture you? Or are you going to wait for us to kill you? You're so sure that I'm not hiding anything. Lin Ling suddenly asked. What else can you do? I'm 100% sure that you're out of tricks. Old Chu shook his head and laughed. Sorry, I really have some tricks up my sleeve. Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to use his ultimate trump card. You're not the only one. He released all the people in the square prison. Rumble. Boom. 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 Powerful auras descended one after another. These gods were extremely ancient. The moment they arrived, all the people on Old Chu's side changed their expressions greatly. Heaven Sword Immortal, why are you here? Fiery Tiger Deity, you're still alive. Impossible. Old Chu and the people of the Chu family shouted. They were from the chaotic realm, and many of them had survived the tribulation of the will of the world. Therefore, they knew those people. However, weren't those gods who had suddenly appeared dead? Everyone was staring at them, thinking that this was an illusion. However, after a series of investigations, they were finally sure that this was not an illusion. Everything was real. Now, I have as many people as you do. At this time, Lin Ling coldly interrupted Old Chu and the others, bringing them back to reality. The people of the Chu family looked solemn. Their opponents not only outnumbered them, but were also more powerful as a whole. Even Elder Chu's heart was trembling at this moment, because he saw two gods who were even more powerful than him around Lin Ling. Facing those two gods, he felt as if he had met the sky and the universe. Old Chu, what should we do? The corners of young Master Wu's mouth were also trembling. He had never expected that Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, this trump card was so terrifying that it could summon the ancient gods who had died in this era. What else can we do? Old Chu looked outside and found that the macro world was full of ancestral dragons. Now, they could leave this place, but the premise was that they had to defeat this group of experts in front of them. Most importantly, they did not have much time left. Chapter 5249. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it. Thinking of this, Old Chu cursed. He had been scheming all his life. Even when he first came to the Dao Pagoda, he had done everything he could to reach the latter half of the Dao Pagoda so quickly. However, he had missed out on Lin Ling. How many secrets did this Lin Ling have? We can only fight our way out, but it's very likely that we will all die here today. Old Chu said word by word. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Wu's face turned pale. This was a battle of life and death. Why did the situation suddenly become like this? Young Master Wu really could not understand. He felt that Lin Ling had dug a big hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. Lin Ling, there's no time to lose. Guang Qingzi, who was beside Lin Ling, said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw the great world's ancestral dragon swimming over. Of course, what Lin Ling was really afraid of was that mysterious person. Kill, Lin Ling ordered. Kill. Gods from different eras rushed over with monstrous momentum. They had the power to destroy all living things. I, old son, am coming. A huge stick, like a horse vanguard, smashed toward Old Chu's side. Stop him. A large number of gods from the Chu family roared and activated all their strength, forming a huge amount of divine power to resist the huge stick in the sky. Rumble. The huge stick in the sky became bigger and bigger like a pillar. The moment it smashed down, any divine power was like paper. Under the huge stick, a large number of gods were smashed to death. The moment it smashed into the ground, the whole earth shook. A powerful rebound force shook the gods of the Ceiling Cave Clan and sent them flying into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, countless flying swords shot over and killed the gods who were sent flying. Flowers of blood blossomed in the sky, and the power of divinity poured out in all directions. We're no match for him. Old Chu looked at this scene, his heart bleeding. Kill Lin Ling. He looked at young Master Wu, planning to join forces with him to kill Lin Ling. They hated Lin Ling to the core. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, as soon as they moved, a huge seal came smashing down from the sky with the power to kill everything. Leader, be careful. Seeing this, the gods of the Chu family all rushed up to the sky, trying to stop the seal from smashing down. Bang, bang. They all died with their heads exploding like eggs hitting a rock. Flipping Sky Seal. It's the Flipping Sky Seal. That great god is Guang Qingzi. Now, a translation, a truly old Qian translation is translation. Is help me translation. Is his translation. Old translation is translation. Translation, old translation is that the great sage, heaven's equal who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. is old translation have the heavens want us dead. Elder Chu finally realized that it was inevitable that the entire army would be wiped out. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the flipping sky seal fell from the sky and smashed his head. With a loud boom, the head of the Chu family from the Chaos Realm was smashed. Bang! He crashed to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. Patriarch, seeing the family head of the Chu family die, all the members of the Chu family shouted and fought with their lives. But in the end, they couldn't stop Lin Ling's god. As Lin Ling watched the enemies die one after another, he didn't reveal any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn, because he had a feeling that the mysterious person was coming. Lin Ling, you really do have the square prison. Sure enough, a woman descended from the sky. She wore a black and gold mask and wore a purple robe. Her long and slender legs were extremely eye-catching under the robe. She slowly floated down. He's here. At this moment, all the great battles stopped. Guang Qingzi and the others stared at the woman with solemn expressions. You're finally here. Lin Ling had been waiting for this woman, and he was very curious about who she was. The square prison is no small matter. Under the order of the universe, I want to take back your square prison. Hand it over. The purple-robed woman said coldly to Lin Ling after landing on the ground. Lin Ling was checking her strength, but he couldn't see through it. Who do you think you are? At this moment, a god yelled at the purple-robed woman, Get lost, or I'll kill you. Unimportant people leave. However, the purple-robed woman didn't even look at that god. She waved her hand, and a mysterious power surged out. Then, that god disappeared into thin air. Yes, he disappeared into thin air. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What kind of technique was this? It was too heaven-defying. It should be known that the god who disappeared was a late-stage universe giant god. It was normal for him to disappear after hundreds of rounds of battle, but it was strange for him to disappear in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling was also shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Come back. He activated the Four Directions prison and took everyone back. Could it be the square prison? Master Guang guessed. Yes, it's the square prison. She used the identity of Lord Prison to take you into the prison. Lin Ling nodded. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Master Guang and the others immediately entered the square prison. The purple-robed woman didn't stop them. She just looked at Lin Ling indifferently. After all the gods disappeared, only Lin Ling and the purple-robed woman were left in the center. The outside was filled with the ancestral dragon of the great world. It was so terrifying that the two of them seemed to be in the middle of a storm. Lin Ling, have you thought it through? Hand over the square prison, and I'll let you go. The purple-robed woman said indifferently to Lin Ling, Impossible. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't like handing over unknown things to others. If you don't hand it over, only death awaits you. The purple-robed woman's voice turned cold. Haha, I can see that you can easily take the prisoners away, but you can't easily obtain the square prison. If that's the case, then come and take it. Lin Ling sneered. Fine, you forced me to do this. The purple-robed woman nodded. Let me tell you, your square prison can only hold prisoners, but my square prison can convict people. As long as I convict you, you'll be my prisoner. Everything about you will be at my disposal. After saying that, she waved her right hand. 2 square stone tablets appeared. They spun slowly and emitted a powerful aura. Then, a large number of words appeared on the stone tablets, as if they were convicting Lin Ling. This woman actually has 2 square prisons. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He also released the square prison to fight back. You're crazy. The purple-robed woman clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to use the square prison to fight. It was as if the 2 prisons were exhausting each other. I'm about to die. How can I not go crazy? Lin Ling sneered. He could see that the purple-robed woman was a little afraid. Rumble. The charges pressed down on Lin Ling like the laws of nature. However, Lin Ling's 4 sides prison was also madly colliding with them, constantly breaking them apart. This caused a huge heavenly Tao vortex to appear in the sky. The heavenly Tao was in charge of all punishments. A heavenly Tao law has actually appeared. The purple-robed woman looked at the sky with a shocked expression. Chapter 5250. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling. Stop. The purple-robed woman was clearly anxious. After all, she didn't know what would happen after the two prisons collided. You're killing us. The purple-robed woman knew that the square prison was able to imprison deities of various eras. Its hidden strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. You want to kill me, so what's the big deal about dragging you down with me? Lin Ling sneered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. After all, the strength of this explosion was something he couldn't imagine. But the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Instead of being controlled by the purple-robed woman, he would rather take a gamble. The giant vortex churned in the sky as the three mysterious stone pillars constantly collided. This terrifying strength made the surrounding great world's ancestral dragons not dare to approach. Stop! The purple-robed woman became increasingly anxious. However, Lin Ling ignored her. With a crazed expression, he controlled the stone pillars to collide. Rumble. Space began to crack and shatter as endless gales appeared in the sky. The sky is about to shatter. The purple-robed woman's voice trembled. This was the first time she had seen such terrifying strength. It had to be known that this was the Tao Pagoda. The laws of the universe were extremely stable. Even a ruler might not be able to shake this place. Now, this was the first time an unstable state of a universe had appeared. Looking at Lin Ling again, she saw that he was smiling. But it was a crazy smile, a look of desperation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The sky completely shattered and the laws of the Tao Pagoda collapsed. A billowing vortex appeared, sucking in large amounts of Earth and Great World's ancestral dragons. Roar! The Great World's ancestral dragons let out fearful cries. They had clearly sensed the terrifying strength approaching. Damn it! The purple-robed woman knew that she couldn't stay here any longer. She clenched her teeth and tried to retrieve the square prison. Rumble. However, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still churning. The process of retrieving the square prison was extremely difficult. However, she wasn't willing to just run away like this. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that he was standing beneath the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom without fear. He's probably prepared to die. The purple-robed woman didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Once he was forced, he would immediately resist. But this was something she couldn't do. Come back. She continued controlling the square prison. In translation, finally, the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was followed by a second. The two square prisons were once again under her control. However, her face was full of lingering fear. She didn't dare to stay any longer and flew into the distance. Looking at Lin Ling, his square prison was still in the universe's great maelstrom of the heavenly Tao. He did not retreat, because he knew that the moment he retreated, the square prison would be seized by the purple-robed woman. Therefore, the cosmic maelstrom of heavenly Tao was his only way out. Of course, it was also likely to be a dead end. Rumble. A terrifying suction force was born, bringing Lin Ling into the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom. Translation. To translation. To be sucked. He was to be. Far away, the purple-robed woman gritted her teeth. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. The universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom was still spinning. Everything was sucked in, not only space, but even the universe. The purple-robed woman had no choice but to leave. In just a short moment, the entire world, and even the sixth level, seemed to have undergone a shocking change. Countless gods looked on from afar, their expressions grave. They had no idea what was going on. Damn it! The purple-robed woman cursed furiously from afar. She'd been careless this time. She'd originally thought that she could use the square prison to control Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling would risk his life and caused the square prison's whereabouts to be unknown once more. As for Linling, she guessed that he was dead. Of course, there was also a certain chance that it would appear in another universe, another void. Overall, it was a narrow escape. If you are not dead, I will find you, the purple-robed woman said coldly. Then she disappeared, and at that moment, in the universe's heavenly Tao maelstrom, Linling was moving along with the maelstrom. The powerful force seemed to want to tear him apart. At the same time, there were rumbling sounds coming from all around. The ancestral dragons of the great worlds that were brought into the maelstrom were suffering from excruciating torment. Splash! Then, the dragons were torn apart before Linling's eyes. He saw the maelstrom spinning at a crazy speed. Anything that got close was turned into nothingness. The survival rate was only 1%. Linling's expression changed. He knew he couldn't escape death. Wait! Suddenly, he saw the four-sided stone steel drifting with the waves. Come here! He kept shouting and controlling the square prison. The four-sided stone tablet moved slightly and swam toward Linling. However, it was very slow. After all, the maelstrom was still spinning. It controlled the trajectory of all living things. Hurry! Linling seemed to see a ray of hope. He kept calling. The four-sided stone tablet was still a distance away from Linling. Linling looked ahead and saw that he was not far from the fastest maelstrom. This was also a race against time. But in the end, when Linling was about to reach the craziest point of the maelstrom, the square prison finally arrived. Linling hugged the square prison and blocked the maelstrom's tearing. He activated all his strength to protect his body. Rumble. There was only a deafening roar. Under this terrifying force, Linling fell into a deep sleep. However, the moment he fell asleep, he clearly sensed that the square prison was taken away by a powerful force. Not good, Linling exclaimed. But he couldn't resist his heavy eyelids and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, the chirping of birds entered his ears. Warm sunlight shone on his face, making him feel incomparably comfortable. Linling slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a field of emerald green. Ancient trees were everywhere. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. However, there was no spiritual energy. Where is this place? Linling suddenly sat up. Years of killing had made him accustomed to being on guard at all times. Then, he checked his body and found that there were no major problems. His cultivation was also there. However, the square prison had disappeared. Could it be that the purple-robed woman took the square prison? No, I clearly passed through the heavenly maelstrom. The purple-robed woman didn't enter the maelstrom. When she passed through the maelstrom, she must have been shaken off by the heavenly maelstrom. Linling continued to analyze. This meant that the square prison might be around him. He stood up and released his soul force to check his surroundings. However, he didn't find the aura of the square prison. Instead, strange voices sounded. Last night, a meteor fell here. I heard that someone saw a dragon. Is that true? Damn, there's a dragon? Many people have seen it. Now, the news is reporting that everyone is looking for a dragon. The nearby mountain range was very lively. Chapter 52-51. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Linling frowned. He was used to watching the drama unfold, but there was one sentence that shocked him. It was the news. There was news in the Dao Tower. Only his hometown had it. Could it be that I'm back in Wuxia? Linling's body trembled. His soul force sensed again and found that the onlookers were wearing the same clothes as Wuxia. This time, Linling couldn't help but be shocked. He was clearly in the Dao Tower. Why did he suddenly come to Wuxia? The square prison's whereabouts are unknown, but it should have fallen in Wuxia with me. As for the dragon, could it be the Great World's ancestral dragon? Linling hurriedly searched around and then saw an injured Great World's ancestral dragon in the ancient mountain range. It turned out that most of the Great World's ancestral dragons had died after entering here, and that was the only one left. Of course, the situation was extremely bad, and it was about to dissipate at any time. Linling took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, He was already in front of the Great World's ancestral dragon. "It's you." The Great World's ancestral dragon recognized Lin Ling and knew that it was Lin Ling's square prison that had caused this situation. "You're here too, and you're not dead," the Great World's ancestral dragon said. "Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen, but I didn't intend to implicate you," Lin Ling said. "I know." The Great World's ancestral dragon nodded. In the situation at that time, if Lin Ling hadn't gone crazy, perhaps Lin Ling would have died. Anyone would have done so. This is the birthplace of the gods, collectively known as Wuxia. The Great World's ancestral dragon looked around and said, "Although the people here are very small, this is also the homeland of the gods. What's strange is that this is clearly in the universe, but very few gods can find this place. And we were suddenly brought here. I think it's destined. I saw your prison when I fell in this world, but then it disappeared. If you want to find it, I guess you can only search this world. However, I have a feeling that you'll have to wait if you want to find the square prison." The Great World's ancestral dragon lightly said. He had cultivated for many years and knew no less than Lin Ling. He naturally knew about the square prison. The birthplace of God? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Moreover, many gods want to find this place, but they can't. He was secretly shocked because he had come back once many years ago. At that time, he had thought that it would be easy to find Wuxia. At this time, the Great World's ancestral dragon was gradually dissipating. China hides its most ancient secret. Perhaps the Tao Pagoda's ultimate fate is related to it. Since you're lucky enough to come here, perhaps you'll be able to discover the secret within. Remember this place. Don't ever forget that this is the birthplace of the gods. It must be related to the gods. The Great World's ancestral dragon transformed into endless sunlight that drifted with the wind. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He did not know if the Great World's ancestral dragon was lying to him, or if he had sensed something. Alas, he finally sighed softly. He could only leave. Later, he discovered that more and more people were searching around. However, the mountains here were high and the grass was deep. There were few traces of people. It would be difficult to find this place. I wonder where this place is. It's a bit magical. Lin Ling continued forward and discovered that the mountain range in the distance was covered in white snow. The sky was very blue, and everything was very ancient. Standing in this world, one soul seemed to have been cleansed. The strange thing was that Lin Ling had become a god through martial arts in this life. He had been to all kinds of places, but in terms of purity, this world was the purest he had ever seen. Is there really a secret hidden in Wuxia? I didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, would return to an old place after going around in circles. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. "Grandpa, look, there's a strange person over there." Not long after, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. They wore thick down coats and were even equipped with guns as they walked along the mountain path. Among these people, an old man seemed to have the highest status. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was about 70 years old, but his physique was not weaker than a young man. Next to him was a girl in her late teens. She wore very little and seemed to be very strong. Lin Ling swept his gaze over them and saw through their strength at a glance. These people were very weak, but to mortals, their strength was considered to be extremely good. Martial arts. Then, Lin Ling recalled that the experts in Wuxia were all good at martial arts. They were probably referring to those people. "Grandpa, look at his clothes. He looks like someone from ancient times," the girl exclaimed. The others' expressions changed slightly, but they subconsciously tightened their grip on the guns in their hands. "Don't be rash." Only the old man was calmer, but his expression was very solemn. That was because they were already close to the Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountains was also known as the Kunlun Mountains. It was the first sacred mountain in Wuxia, the ancestor of all mountains. It was also rumored to be the origin of Wuxia's dragon veins. It was full of myths and legends. Because of that, countless people tried to climb up there to search for the secrets of myths and legends. However, the weather there was terrible. It was not a place where ordinary people could get close. If it were not for the rumor that a dragon had appeared there last night, they would not have rushed there overnight to investigate. And now, they actually saw someone from ancient times in a place like Kunlun Mountains. It was no wonder they were surprised. "Young man, I'm Elder Zhua. May I know your name?" The old man saluted Lin Ling from afar. He was extremely polite. "Humph, he's just pretending to be mysterious." However, the girl next to him snorted. She thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be a god. After all, many people lived in seclusion in the mountains these days. They said that they were pursuing Tao, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. That young man probably knew that his grandpa was coming, so he pretended to be someone from ancient times and waited there quietly. Not bad at acting. Long robe, long hair. TSK, TSK. Ancient fragrance. But so cold here. You'll freeze to death. The girl continued to sneer. "My name is Lin Ling." Lin Ling also heard the girl's words. He naturally did not care. Only the old man felt that something was wrong. He realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid of the cold. After all, if he really pretended to be cold, he would be exposed as soon as he spoke. In such cold weather, he would definitely spit out fog. However, the young man spoke as if he was in a normal place. "There was no fog at all. We came because we heard about dragons. Friend Lin Ling, have you seen any dragons here?" The old man continued to ask. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could tell at a glance that the old man had cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. There was a faint amount of true qi in his body. Of course, it was only true qi. It was like the strength of a martial artist who had just started cultivating. Compared to Lin Ling's divine origin, it was 1,000,000,000 times worse. And the reason why the old man was looking for dragons was probably because he wanted to use rare treasures to break through and cultivate. "I saw it." Lin Ling nodded. "Unfortunately, it's already dead. Also, you don't have to waste your efforts because you won't see it at all." "You saw it?" The girl next to the old man sneered. Continue bragging. Chapter 5252. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, she did not believe Lin Ling at all. After all, would Lin Ling be so calm if he saw a dragon? A dragon. That was the totem of Wuxia. Since ancient times, which of the civil and military officials and emperors had ever seen one? Moreover, even if he really saw one, would he be able to remain so calm? It was as if the dragon was a kitten or a puppy that could be seen at any time. "You saw it." The old man and the rest were stunned. Other than the old man, everyone else sneered. "Don't tell me you met a lunatic." The people around the old man mocked him. Lin Ling naturally did not care. They were not from the same world. He was too lazy to say anything more and slowly walked away. "Young friend, wait." The old man called out to Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, Lin Ling also looked over with a frown. He was pondering if he should make a move. His eyes instantly turned cold, which undoubtedly alerted the people around the old man. "What are you trying to do?" They slowly reached into their down jackets, as if they were preparing something. However, Lin Ling ignored them and sighed instead. "Forget it. It's fate that we know each other." Then, he slowly walked toward the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed. He could not understand what Lin Ling was trying to do. However, he was also a little nervous. After all, he was in a high position and had appeared in a deserted place. He had to be careful. "Kid, get lost. Don't go near Mr. Go." The others also made threatening voices to warn Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored them completely. "I think he's a lunatic. Grandpa, ignore him." The woman beside the old man suddenly said coldly. To her grandpa's life was more important than anything else. Therefore, she slowly pulled out her gun. A gun. One should know that guns were strictly controlled in Wuxia. These people had guns on them, which meant that they were not ordinary people. "I'll give you one last warning. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." The woman pointed the gun at Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered what it was. A spear. Seeing Lin Ling stop in his tracks, everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid and started laughing. In the end, this lunatic still recognized the spear. The woman sneered and wanted to tell Lin Ling to scram. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. "You're courting death." The woman was shocked and angrily shouted, "Stop, or I'll really shoot." Lin Ling was still moving forward. The woman suddenly became nervous. After all, she had never killed anyone before. However, when she thought of the danger her grandfather was in, she finally fired. "Inger, don't." The old man hurriedly stopped him. Bang! However, the woman still fired. The main reason was that in such a place, any carelessness could lead to death. She had to be careful. "It's over." The old man sighed. The others had cold looks on their faces and were already prepared to deal with the corpse. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop, and the spear was easily avoided by him with a single step. Moreover, this sort of speed was simply not worth mentioning to him. A mist. The woman's cold expression instantly turned into surprise. Then, when she saw Lin Ling getting closer, she immediately fired a few shots. Bang! 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 In the silent mountain range, the sound of gunfire was incomparably ear-piercing. Moreover, at such a close distance, the young man would definitely be hit. Unfortunately, they did not know what they were facing. That was a god who had lost himself in Wuxia. Lin Ling's figure moved slightly as he dodged the bullets one by one. It looked very dangerous, but everything was done so smoothly in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dodging bullets? How could there be such a person? Thud! The woman called Inger was so surprised that her gun fell to the ground. Her mouth was agape, and her expression was filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. She even felt that she was dreaming. "Stop! Get away from Mr. Go." However, the people next to her were not ordinary people. They calmed down quickly and drew their AK-47s, aiming at Lin Ling from afar. If they could not hit him with pistols, what about AK-47s? AK-47s were submachine guns. Could the young man dodge at such a close distance? However, Lin Ling was still moving forward. Fire! Those people shouted angrily. They were from the army and followed Mr. Gu there to protect him. Moreover, they had carried out various missions, such as protecting their leader and killing criminals. There was nothing they had not seen before. In their opinion, Inger's previous failure was caused by her panic because she had never killed anyone before. However, they were different. They were very calm and could be very cold-blooded. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of bullets were fired at Lin Ling, and several of them fired at the same time. A sneer appeared at the corner of their mouths. This time he was dead meat. Then, everyone looked forward to the scene of the young man being shot into a sieve and blood gushing out. However, an unbelievable scene happened. This time, the young man did not dodge the bullets and allowed the bullets to sweep past him. However, all the bullets that hit him were blocked by him, blocking bullets with his body. A large number of bullet casings fell to the ground. One of the bullets was easily caught by the young man's hands and thrown to the ground. At that moment, everyone's mind went blank. They even thought that they were hallucinating. In this world, there was someone who could block bullets? Was he an immortal? They were considered knowledgeable people. They had survived the Middle East battlefield, overseas protection of their leader, and various explosion scenes. There were too many of them. However, none of those were as shocking as the scene in front of them. Were they filming a movie? My young friend Lin Ling. The old man's voice was trembling as he watched Lin Ling slowly walking toward him. "It's fate to meet all of you after returning to my hometown." Lin Ling smiled. His eyes looked behind the old man and said calmly, "Come out." When he shouted, everyone subconsciously looked behind them. There was a thin layer of snow, shrubs, and grayish-brown rocks, but there was nothing. "Do you want me to invite you?" Lin Ling said again. At that moment, something finally moved among the grayish-brown rocks. Then, a huge cat slowly walked out. The cat was as big as a calf. Its eyes were bloodthirsty, and its body was covered in black and white spots. If it had not walked out, no one would have noticed it. Snow leopard. Everyone exclaimed and raised the guns in their hands. Cold sweat was pouring down their backs. In such a place, the snow leopard was equivalent to a ferocious tiger. In fact, it was even more terrifying than a ferocious tiger. That was because the beast was an expert in sneak attacks. Even if they had guns, it was useless. After all, the snow leopard could slit your throat before you could open fire. They never expected that they would be followed by a snow leopard. Snow leopards are not afraid of humans. Now that it's winter, food is scarce. The hungry snow leopards can choose to devour humans. Moreover, that's a snow leopard after giving birth. It's even bloodier. There was no lack of experienced hunters at the scene. They instantly realized something. Then, they felt a lingering fear. If the young man had not reminded them, they would have died. You should leave. Lin Ling was also looking at the snow leopard. When he walked toward the old man, he noticed that the snow leopard was staring at the old man. Chapter 52-53. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Roar. The snow leopard roared as if it was going to fight for its life. The starving snow leopard was like a wolf, not daring to fight. At that moment, everyone raised the guns in their hands, ready to shoot the beast. Although they knew that it was a protected animal, their lives were more important at that moment. Put down your guns. I'll do it. Lin Ling frowned. He could not bear to see the snow leopard die there. He walked forward, giving everyone a shock. Hey, that's a ferocious beast. Are you crazy? Someone shouted anxiously. Grandpa, is he really not afraid of death? Inger was also panicking. It was her first time seeing someone who did not play by the rules. Don't shoot. However, the old man stopped everyone. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. At first, the snow leopard was roaring, but for some reason, it gradually calmed down. Then, it lay down and wagged its tail continuously. Obviously, it had sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Lin Ling came in front of the snow leopard and squatted down. Then, he waved his right hand and a few pills appeared. He handed them to the snow leopard. Let's go. The snow leopard seemed to have a mind of its own. It picked up the pills and left. However, before it left, it growled at Lin Ling as if it was thanking him. Seeing that, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Oh my God, is he an animal trainer from the circus? When the others saw that, they were all dumbfounded. That day, they felt as if they were watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Everything that had happened had subverted their understanding. A Taoist, a true cultivator. Only the old man's face was flushed red. He was so excited that he could not close his mouth. He had long heard that the Kunlun Mountains were the birthplace of the ancient gods. There were countless secrets of Wuxia hidden there. Although, according to scientific explanations, that was just an illusion. However, he had always believed that there were many things hidden in this world that science could not explain. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he finally understood the vastness of the world. Thank you, Senior. Then, the old man took the lead and bowed to Lin Ling. The others did not dare to act rashly and bowed as well. I didn't expect that there would be Taoists in this world. The mercenaries were also muttering to themselves. For a long time, they had looked down on ghosts and gods, thinking that it was just nonsense. Moreover, they had participated in many such missions. But in the end, they all discovered that everything was just a groundless rumor. What tomb exploration? What secret realms? There were only natural hazards and ferocious beasts. There was nothing beyond science. But today they knew they were wrong. There really was a Taoist in Mount Kunlun. You don't have to thank me, because the real danger has only just arrived, Lin Ling said with a smile. He didn't know why he wanted to help this old man. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse to return to his hometown. Or perhaps it was because his four-directional prison had disappeared, and he had a feeling that this old man could help him. In any case, it was just a small matter. It wasn't a big deal. Danger? Only now. The old man's expression changed. Rumble. At this time, the earth finally shook, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Everyone raised their heads, and only then did they realize that on the distant mountain, white snow was rolling and dust was spreading everywhere. Avalanche. Why is there an avalanche all of a sudden? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They knew that a great disaster was coming. Avalanches were one of the biggest dangers for mountain climbers. When an avalanche arrived, it could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Every year, many people who attempted to climb the mountain were buried under the cold snow. It was a nightmare for mountain climbers. All right, we fired just now. It was gunfire. Oh, we forgot. The mercenaries' expression changed drastically. They did not expect to make such a big mistake. Grandpa, what should we do? Nanning also knew the horror of an avalanche. Of course, after witnessing it with her own eyes, she had to be afraid, because on the distant mountain, it was as if millions of troops were rushing over. It was an endless blizzard. Wherever it passed, everything would be submerged. It's over. I didn't expect that we will all die here. The old man's face was pale. He knew that everyone was going to die here. After all, there were many short trees nearby. There were no large buildings that could block the snow. But soon, the old man's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling in a blue robe standing proudly in the snow. There's him, the old man suddenly exclaimed. With that shout, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They found it hard to believe. Was this young man going to resist the avalanche? This was too heaven-defying. Blocking bullets and calming snow leopards were still acceptable. But to resist an avalanche, was that something a Taoist could do? God must have done it. Everyone stand behind me. At that moment, Lin Ling also spoke. Hearing that, everyone knew that Lin Ling was really going to stop the avalanche. Impossible. It's completely impossible. Suddenly, a man who looked like an experienced hunter interrupted. He looked at the old man and said, Mr. Gu, I saw it. There's a cliff a kilometer away from us. If we're lucky, we can jump off the cliff and hide under the cliff. That way, we can avoid the avalanche. Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late. The old man suddenly hesitated. No, we can't rush over a kilometer away. Moreover, what if the cliff is very deep? We'll fall to our deaths. Na Inger shook her head. Now, this is the only way. We can't rely on this young man. How can he withstand the avalanche? The man kept shaking his head. I've lived in the snowy mountains since I was young. I know that when an avalanche comes, even a bear can't withstand it, much less a human. Let's run quickly. There's still a chance. I agree with Uncle Aguda's words. The other mercenaries nodded. They were ultimately calm. No, I believe in him. However, the old man firmly shook his head. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling. If you want to leave, leave immediately. Don't bother about me. I believe in him. Mr. Go, everyone was anxious. I'll be leaving first. Mr. Go, I'm sorry. Finally, one person ran off into the distance. Following that, a second person, a third person, and gradually, more and more people appeared. They did not want to die in the avalanche. If they jumped off the cliff, there was still a chance of survival. If they stayed where they were, they would be courting death. Grandpa, Na-ing-er, was in a dilemma. In the end, she ran towards her grandpa and hid behind Lin Ling. As such, including the two of them, there were a total of 3 people who believed in Lin Ling. As for the other person, he was a powerless person. It was obvious that those who had traveled to various places and licked blood from their blades would calmly choose to jump off the cliff. Only the flowers in the greenhouse would believe in Lin Ling and believe that there were legends in the world. Sigh. At that moment, the mercenaries were running towards the cliff. They sighed repeatedly. They did not understand why Mr. Gu and the rest were courting death. Using their physical bodies to withstand an avalanche was something that could only be discussed at night. The avalanche's speed was very fast. It had already reached the place where Lin Ling and the rest were. They're dead. As they ran, they looked back. They knew that Mr. Gu and the rest were about to be submerged and die under the snow. Boom! However, at that moment, Lin Ling gently threw a punch. A path was instantly formed in the endless snow. Within the path, there was nothing. Chapter 52-54. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rolling snow rushed over with a deafening sound like thousands of horses galloping. Mr. Gu and the rest hid behind Lin Ling, trembling. The power of nature made them feel suffocated. At this moment, they knew that they were doomed. 100 years later, climbers might see their corpses. Of course, it was only second to seeing them. Those climbers would not take their corpses away. They could only sleep under the snow mountain forever. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar. They saw the white-haired man in front of them punch out. It was a light punch, as if he was chasing away flies. The endless avalanche in front of them immediately formed a sunny path. There was no more snow on the path. The terrifying torrent of snow only rolled past on both sides of the path. This is a miracle, Mr. Goose said to himself in a trembling voice. Inger directly sat on the ground, her mouth trembling. God, is there really a God in this world? Everything in front of them subverted their understanding once again. Oh my God! The mercenaries who were running at the back had their mouths wide open at this moment. Superman? That was the only sentence in their minds. Rumble. However, the avalanche spread toward them and drowned everything. Some of them were submerged by the avalanche, while others jumped off the cliff. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Sigh. Seeing this, Mr. Gu could only sigh softly. If those people believed in Lin Ling, they might not have died. Let's go, Lin Ling said as he lightly punched out again. The still-flowing avalanche was punched out again, and a path was formed horizontally through more than half of the avalanche. The snow was also cut off. Mr. Gu and the rest quickly followed Lin Ling, afraid that they would lose Lin Ling and be buried here forever. Just like that, they slowly descended the mountain without saying a single word. Lin Ling was too lazy to say anything. Mr. Gu and the rest did not know what to say. They could only follow Lin Ling. But strangely, they were already very tired, but they did not feel tired at all when they followed Lin Ling. They walked down the mountain just like that. They walked for a whole day. They did not stop until Lin Ling stopped. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving our lives. Mr. Gu looked at Lin Ling in awe and said gratefully, "It's nothing." Lin Ling shook his head nonchalantly. "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Mr. Gu asked again. "I know it's a presumptuous question, but if it's in Wuxia, I'm sure I can help. Where are you going?" Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. His heart was filled with confusion. Where was he going? Back to the tower? However, he had lost his square prison here. He had to get it back. Wherever my heart is where my heart is. While Lin, he did not know where to be, and I'm from the Cultural Relics Department. I specialize in exploring the secrets of heaven and earth. This is my name card. I wonder if I can get your number so that we can meet in the future. Mr. Gu continued. Translation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then he understood. It was the department that explored history and protected cultural relics. Suddenly, he thought of Square Prison and the feeling he had when he saw Mr. Gu. Lin Ling had a feeling that Mr. Gu could help him find Square Prison. That was why he had help before. Lin Ling was now a powerful god and could vaguely peek into the secrets of heaven. That was why he had such a feeling. I don't have a phone. Lin Ling shook his head, which made Mr. Gu and the others stare. How could someone not have a phone in this day and age? However, they thought that Lin Ling was an otherworldly expert. How about this? Tell me your phone number. I'll call you when I have the chance. Lin Ling said again. Mr. Gu and the others were overjoyed and quickly gave him their phone numbers. Behind them, a middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling respectfully and also gave him his phone number. With Lin Ling's soul power, he could instantly remember it. At the same time, he knew the names of these three people. Mr. Gu was a member of the Gu family of Wuxia. This family had a strong background and was said to have existed since the time of Emperor Qin. Their ancestors were high-ranking officials of the Qin dynasty. Because of that, their family documents contained a lot of secrets of Wuxia. For example, the secret of Emperor Qin's longevity and what was inside the tomb of Qin. The woman was Mr. Ji's granddaughter, Guing. As for the quiet middle-aged man, his name was Tang Chao. He was also a member of a big family in South China. He was the leader of many parties and had eyes everywhere. Of course, all of this was just that for Lin Ling. He took out a few medicinal pills and handed them to the three of them. You've been frightened here. Your souls are unstable. and you've also suffered from the cold. These medicinal pills can protect you from being invaded by the evil spirits. Remember, you must take them with due. Thank you, thank you. The three people were overjoyed and took the 3 pills. How could they know that not only could these 3 pills cure all diseases, they could also prolong one's lifespan? These pills were also the most worthless of all the treasures Lin Ling had. After all, even if they took more precious treasures, it would be useless. Instead, they would die from overeating. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? After Mr. Gu took the pills, he asked humbly. Ask away. Mr. Lin, are you a cultivator? Cultivator? Lin Ling sneered. Yes, I am a cultivator. After leaving that sentence, Lin Ling gradually disappeared into the distance. There are really cultivators in this world. My Gu family's records say that there have been cultivators in Wuxia since ancient times. They specialize in the Tao of metal and stone. They live by the sun, moon, and clouds. But now, most of them are fake cultivators. I didn't expect to meet a cultivator in this life, Mr. Goose said with a shocked face. Grandpa, do you think he lives in the Kunlun Mountains? This is a barren place. How could he live there? Inger also exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, she completely trusted Lin Ling. That's hard to say. How could ordinary people understand the way cultivators do things? Mr. Goose sighed. Mr. Lin has probably cultivated Qigong. That punch just now was exactly what he relied on to break the avalanche. Also, he's not afraid of bullets because he has Qigong to protect his body. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this time said enviously, people who cultivate Qigong are omnipotent. I've heard that there are experts like that in Thailand. AI, if it weren't for the fact that I have so many things to do, I would really want to follow Mr. Lin in his path of cultivation. The 3 of them chatted as they walked away. Strangely, they were not hungry or tired. In fact, they were full of energy. They knew that it was all thanks to Lin Ling's Qigong. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure was walking through the cold sky. The wind and snow did not affect him at all. He was none other than Lin Ling. Where should I go from here? Lin Ling frowned. After a moment of thought, he entered Lin Ling's universe to tell everyone that he was safe. In Lin Ling's universe, everyone was there. Lei Gong, Saint Guy, and the others had all returned. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. Chapter 52-55. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation now. The Lin Ling universe was the safest place for them to rest. The only drawback was that no matter how powerful they were in the Lin Ling universe, their strength would immediately recover after leaving. That was why they stayed in the Dao Pagoda longer. Lin Ling, where did you go? Everyone looked at Lin Ling excitedly. I went to Wuxia. Lin Ling sighed. Because of the huge whirlpool during the battle, I was inexplicably brought back to my hometown. Wuxia? Lei Gong and the others obviously did not know what Wuxia was. My hometown, Lin Ling explained. It's also the place of my previous life. It's also the birthplace of gods. What? Is it the legendary place? The Yellow Emperor's eyes changed, and he said in shock, I've heard of that place. It's said that all the powerful gods of the era came from there, including me. Back then, when I was still a river, I grew up in a chaotic space. Later, I heard from the gods that was Wuxia. I've also heard of it, but Wuxia is in the vast universe. I heard that it's very difficult to find. Back then, the gods are mobilized and searched for more than 300 million years, but they still could not find their homeland. The Yellow Emperor kept saying. Lin Ling nodded. He had returned to Wuxia once, but after that, he also searched for Wuxia. However, he eventually disappeared. At that time, he just looked around casually and did not care when he did not find it. But now, he knew that Wuxia seemed to be constantly changing its position in the vast universe. Lin Ling, I think that you were destined to go to Wuxia. Why don't you cultivate in Wuxia for the time being? Maybe you can get some opportunities. The Yellow Emperor suddenly said. Lin Ling nodded. He also had the same idea. Now that he was at the peak of the saint level, he only needed one more opportunity to break through. Perhaps the vast Wuxia was that opportunity. I'll stay here for a few days to accompany everyone and reminisce about the past. When the time comes, I'll go back. Lin Ling then looked at everyone and said, "By the way, how is Long Ling now? The dragon's tomb is in chaos now. Many celestials have entered and are searching for treasures everywhere. However, our people have gathered together and are safe for the time being." The Yellow Emperor said immediately, "All right, if there's a chance, we'll find the One Fong clan and gather together. Right now, the Sun God tribe is approaching us. They probably want to form an alliance with us. As for the One-Tooth tribe, Saint Guy and the others said that you agreed to form an alliance with them. We'll find them as soon as possible. All right, Brother Yellow Emperor, let me know if there's anything. But you have to be wary of that mysterious purple-robed woman. She won't give up until she gets the square prison." After some discussion, everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, someone is looking for you. I think he's called Feng Moyan. Bai Yuxing and his wife are with her now, and she seems to have a powerful background. She's with a certain divine race." Lin Ling frowned. He felt that Feng Moyan was strange. After all, Lin Ling had already dissolved their relationship as husband and wife. He had even helped her several times. Why was she still pestering him? "Lin Ling, be careful," Bai Yuxing warned again. "Yeah, this Feng Moyan is said to be from the Chaos Realm and has just entered the Dao Pagoda. But she keeps looking for you. There must be some conspiracy," the Yellow Emperor said. "Then you should stay away from her as much as possible. She can't find me now. After some time, she'll forget about me," Lin Ling said. Then, he drank with everyone and returned to Wuxia after a few days. The sky was still filled with wind and snow, and the temperature was below zero. Lin Ling just stood there, looking into the distance. "The square prison gives me the feeling that it's in Wuxia, but I can't sense its specific location. It's really strange. Could it be that something brought the prison here? Now, I don't know where to find it. It's better to go home and take a look." Lin Ling stepped out and flew towards a city in the south of Wuxia. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the city. That place was called Xiaozhou. It was a fourth-tier city in Wuxia. Although its development was very slow, it was an ancient city with a long history. This was also the place where Lin Ling grew up. Lin Ling appeared on the street and attracted a lot of attention. Lin Ling looked at the street, and a wisp of thought entered his mind. It was a very, very long memory. It was a memory before he went to another world. Back then, he was killed by a truck in order to save a child and went to another world. Now that he had returned, it was as if he had been reborn. Since I'm back, perhaps the heavens want me to make up for the regret of that year. Or perhaps there's a small knot in my heart that I have cultivated for many years. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His heart, which was originally at a loss, suddenly seemed to have a purpose. Humans would have regrets. Before he died, he naturally had them too. However, these regrets were not big. Lin Ling had forgotten about them. Now, Lin Ling was already a god. He planned to make up for those regrets that had passed away. This place seems to be called the Pedestrian Street. Lin Ling looked at the lively shops on both sides. He saw that the shops were all specialty shops that sold gold jewelry. Of course, there were also some foreign brands such as Nike. People entered one after another. The street was extremely lively. Of course, the people nearby were looking at him strangely. Haha, nowadays, young people like to release themselves. Some time ago, I saw a woman wearing a kimono. Now, I see a man wearing an ancient robe. Quite professional. Even his hair is dyed white. Young people like to do these special things. However, it's not very professional. Look at that head of white hair. It's too shiny. How can dyed hair have such an effect? There were whispers all around. Although the passers-by found it strange, they did not stare at Lin Ling as if he was a monster. After all, in this era, there were all kinds of strange things. Dressing up as an ancient person was not a rare thing. I didn't expect that there would be people commenting on my hair. Lin Ling was speechless. His gaze swept around and fell on an Antas specialty shop. He then walked in and planned to change his clothes. After he entered the shop, many people looked at him strangely. However, Lin Ling ignored them. After choosing his clothes and shoes, he went into the fitting room to change. By the time he came out again, His white hair had already turned black and was even shorter. A set of energetic sportswear was worn on him. It was very fitting. Ah, he dyed his hair black when he changed clothes? He's wearing a wig, right? Some women were secretly shocked. How much is it? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile and went to pay the bill. However, he soon realized that he did not have any money. He only had endless treasures on him. He did not even have gold. Of course, with his strength, it was not difficult to change some money. Chapter 52-56. That's right. Hello. The total is 1,329 yuan. I've already given you a discount. Are you using Alipay or WeChat or cash? The beautiful shop assistant said politely to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's clothes were strange before, after changing into normal clothes, she realized that this young man was quite handsome. Alipay? Lin Ling blinked. He had no idea what Alipay was. He smiled and said, cash. He could still change some cash, but he really didn't know how to change it into Alipay. After all, he had never seen it before. He took out a stack of cash with his right hand and handed it over. Of course, the cash was fake. However, Lin Ling wouldn't take advantage of it. He also put down some treasures that could change the luck of the shop, at least doubling the number of customers. In this way, the owner of the shop not only didn't lose money, but also made a profit. Later, Lin Ling appeared on the street. Looking at the endless stream of people, he didn't know where to go for a while. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Both his parents were dead. Even if he had relatives, they were distant relatives. Moreover, he had been estranged from his relatives since he was young and hadn't seen them for many years. When I'm free, I'll go back and see them. Although my relatives are in the Lin Ling universe, they are still fated to be with me. However, when I came back, it was 1 month after my death, and I was still in university. Let's go to college. Since Lin Ling planned to resolve his regrets and worries, he would go back to the places he had been to. Perhaps in the process, he could untie the knot in his heart and break through to the next realm. However, I don't have any money now. Everything is inconvenient. Lin Ling shook his head again. He saw a woman passing by and finished her phone call. He immediately smiled and said, "Can I borrow your phone?" The woman looked vigilant, as if she was afraid of encountering a swindler. However, she saw Lin Ling's clear eyes and clean clothes. He didn't seem like a swindler. "Don't worry, I'll reward you," Lin Ling said again. The woman hesitated for a moment and finally handed over the phone. Lin Ling called Mr. Go. "Hello, you are?" The indifferent voice of the old man came from the other side. "I'm Lin Ling." Lin Ling said directly. "Mr. Lin." Mr. G's voice changed instantly. It was full of politeness and awe. "How can I help you?" Lin Ling immediately stated his purpose, and Mr. Go was stunned. "Lack of money? Mr. Lin, who is so powerful, is also short of money? I'm sorry, but I'm still in the capital. How about this? I'll get Tang Chao to send you the money immediately." "All right, I'll wait for you for at most 10 minutes. Lin Ling said the address, then covered the phone and thanked the woman. "No need." The woman immediately smiled at Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling take a look at her. He saw that she was quite cute. She was very tall and wore a blue dress. On her feet were cartoon cloth shoes and knee socks. She gave off a youthful and lively feeling. She was about the same age as Lin Ling. All in all, she was an extremely elegant young lady. "Sun Lin, what are you doing here?" The young lady wanted to leave, but at that moment, a few of her friends came over and looked at Lin Ling strangely. "No way. Borrowing the phone and looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with you? Sun Lin, your charm is just too scary." One of the young ladies with a face full of pimples looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. "Shout out, don't talk nonsense. He's just borrowing the phone. That's it, nothing else." The girl named Sun Lin suddenly panicked. Previously, she had also seen Lin Ling's glance at her. She had always been disgusted by such gazes. She wanted to leave in the first place. However, she then realized that Lin Ling's gaze was filled with admiration. It was different from other men's eyes. It was very clear, which made her feel strange. After all, when she first came to Xianxia University to report, All kinds of seniors and peers were constantly looking for opportunities to get close to her, which made her feel helpless. He's wearing an anti-outfit. Looks like he doesn't have much money. The young lady named Xiaotao looked at Lin Ling from head to toe, then suddenly shook her head and said, "If he's not here to strike up a conversation, then you have to be careful of scammers. Scammers nowadays have high-end skills. They can steal your money through various channels." Xiaotao, don't misunderstand. He didn't bring his phone, so he borrowed it to make a call. Moreover, he's already sent someone over. I heard everything. Xiao Sun Lin suddenly panicked. You didn't bring your phone? The girl beside Xiaotao suddenly asked Lin Ling with an extremely cold attitude, looking at her clothes, branded from head to toe, and the Louis Vuitton bag in her hand. Her family background was probably quite good. I don't have a phone, Lin Ling said bluntly. No phone? Who doesn't have a phone these days? I think he's a scammer. The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag suddenly exclaimed. He's definitely a scammer. Everyone come, don't let the scammer escape. Xiaotao also saw through Lin Ling's expression. She then said to Xiao Sun Lin, Sun Lin, you just graduated from high school. You don't know the dangers of society. Be careful of your account being hacked. Hearing that, Xiao Sun Lin also became a little cautious. However, she still felt that Lin Ling did not seem like a scammer. He's wearing an anti-outfit, and it's only about 1,000 yuan from head to toe. One look, and you can tell that he's a poor person. He thinks that wearing an anti-outfit means he's wearing branded clothes. That way, he can make people lower their guard and take the opportunity to scam someone. The girl with the Louis Vuitton bag said again. There were already quite a number of people surrounding them. All of them were looking at Lin Ling with colored eyes. A few young men wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress. Call the police. We'll watch him here. He won't be able to escape. He's so young, but I didn't expect him to be a scammer. Most people did not understand the situation. However, seeing that Xiao Sun Lin and the rest were pretty and well-dressed, they naturally believed what they said. That troublesome? Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he was not too angry. After all, he had traveled extensively. What had he not seen before? Why would he be bothered by these girls' slander? Moreover, the girl did lend him her phone to call him. That was what caused the misunderstanding. Don't worry. My friend is coming. Wait a moment. I'll get him to reward you. Lin Ling laughed. There's no need. It's just a phone call. Xiao Sun Lin immediately waved her hand and complained to her best friend. Don't make a big deal out of a small matter. I didn't lose anything at all. Sun Lin, even if you did lose something, would you know in the short term? From what I see, it's best to call the police. Xiao Tao was still staring at Lin Ling. She mocked again. Reward? What kind of reward can you give? You don't even have a phone. How much money do you have? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? How much is your monthly income? She looked down on Lin Ling. I don't have any of those. Lin Ling was also honest. The main thing was he did not know how important the so-called car, house, and income were. He had been cultivating for many years. Only heavenly materials and earthly treasures were the most precious. Everything else was like floating clouds. How dare you talk about reward when you're so poor? The girls were chattering away. At that moment, a policeman finally arrived. He frowned at Xiao Tao and the rest and asked, What happened? Chapter 52-57. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Police, he's lying. Xiao Tao immediately pointed at Lin Ling and said, We lent him our phones. He must have done something behind the scenes. Now, he even said that he would be paid. If he's not a scammer, what is he? The few police officers were very fair. They looked at Lin Ling, then asked who borrowed the phone. It was me, Xiao Xuanling quickly said, then explained for Lin Ling. I don't think he's a scammer. It's true. This is all a misunderstanding. Xuanling, you're still too kind. For someone like him who has no money and no job, if he wants to live, he must have cheated. Let the police investigate and we'll know. Xiao Tao quickly said. Police uncle, I'm Liu Yingying from the Liu family. The Liu family that develops real estate in Wujiang district. You should know that she's my classmate. The girl holding the LV jewel also said. Liu family? Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Liu family was one of the wealthiest families in Xiaozhou City. They started off with real estate and had a net worth of more than $1 billion. In a fourth-tier city like Xiaozhou, they could be considered nouveau riche. All right, we'll investigate. The few police officers nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Excuse me, where's your ID? Lin Ling did not have an ID. He said helplessly, "It's with my friend. He's on his way." With that, everyone suspected that Lin Ling was a scammer. In this day and age, who would casually hand over their ID to their friends? Lin Ling must be looking for an excuse. Sure enough, the few police officers also felt that it was strange. No phone, no ID. This kind of person was very suspicious. Beep beep. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone rang. It was an unknown number. She immediately picked it up. "Put on speaker," Xiao Tao said immediately. She wanted to see who Lin Ling's accomplice was. "Mr. Lin, we're here. May I know where you are on the pedestrian street?" The other party spoke very politely. Xiao Tao immediately looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with the look of seeing through him. "Pretend, keep pretending. I'm at the door of an Intas store. As for the exact location, I'm not sure," Lin Ling immediately said into the phone. "Okay, we'll be there in a minute. We're driving over now." The voice on the other end was filled with anxiety. Then he hung up the phone. Drive? Everyone present almost laughed out loud. It was broad daylight now, and small cars were not allowed to pass through the pedestrian street. Otherwise, how could it be called a pedestrian street? He is indeed a swindler. He has no skill at all. Take him to the police station. Xiao Tao and the others spoke one after another. Even the few policemen felt that Lin Ling was too strange. He spoke and did things as if it was a matter of course, without any law or discipline. Screech. At this moment, the sound of car brakes could be heard. Then, more and more of them appeared. Many people looked at the street and saw a large number of luxury cars driving in. There were Porsches, Maseratis, Ferraris, and even the worst ones were Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Moreover, there were so many of these luxury cars that they occupied half of the pedestrian street. What a beautiful car! The whole street was in an uproar. For a fourth-tier city, Porsche cars were relatively rare. What was even rarer was that so many luxury cars were gathered together. "Mr. Lin." The luxury car stopped, and a middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a suit and looked like someone with a strong background. However, Lin Ling did not know him. "Mr. Tang asked me to come." The man came in front of Lin Ling and said respectfully. Then, he looked at the policeman and said, "We have a pass." The few policemen did not say much, but asked. Someone said that he is a swindler. "Do you have his ID card?" "Yes." Tang Xiao had already prepared Lin Ling's ID card, so the man took it out. The policeman scanned the ID card and saw that it was fine. He immediately looked at Xiao Xuanlin and said, "I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Xiao Tao and the others were looking at those luxury cars in shock. Even the daughter of the Liu family was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. That was because many of those luxury cars were limited edition. Even her garage did not have them. Moreover, with so many luxury cars gathered, even if she had seen a big scene, it was the first time she had seen such a luxurious lineup. How could such a person be a swindler? The steering wheel of one of those luxury cars was probably more expensive than Xiao Xuanlin's phone. "Xuanlin, you have to be careful. Luxury cars can be rented these days." Suddenly, Xiao Tao frowned. She still did not believe Lin Ling. After all, if he owned so many luxury cars, why would he wear an antenna? Therefore, those luxury cars definitely had nothing to do with this young man. "You must be Mr. Tang's man." Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I borrowed her phone and promised to give her some compensation. Look, what are you giving her?" "That's easy." The middle-aged man immediately bowed slightly to Xiao Xuanlin and said with a smile, "Miss, we will give you 500,000. What do you think?" 500,000. Not only Xiao Xuanlin, but everyone present also stared. 500,000 just to borrow a phone to make a call? Was he crazy? Xiao Xuanlin was also shocked. She had seen some rich people throwing money around on the internet. They would throw out millions and millions, but she had always thought that it was an isolated incident. In society, it was not so easy to encounter such a thing, but today she encountered it. Not enough. Then 1 million. The middle-aged man was still smiling politely. The street was silent. The few policemen smiled bitterly and turned to leave. They all knew that this was probably a misunderstanding. However, borrowing a phone for 1 million was an eye-opener for them. Oh, 1 million. Xiao Tao was also shocked, but she kept shaking her head. This was fake. It was definitely fake. How could a young boy wearing an antap be so rich? She could not help but stare at Lin Ling. She wanted to see Lin Ling's heartache. After all, she thought that Lin Ling was faking it. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. To him, money was not as valuable as a stone in the Dao Pagoda. How about this? 2 million and a luxury car. You could take the car here if you like it. The middle-aged man saw that Xiao Xuanlin was still silent and said again. At that moment, the people on the street were dizzy. They could not wait to give their phones to Lin Ling. Even the girl holding the Louis Vuitton bag had such thoughts. As for Xiao Tao, needless to say, her face was full of envy. However, Xiao Xuanlin was obviously not someone who was greedy for money. Her parents had taught her since she was a child that she was not allowed to accept money from unknown sources. Therefore, she shook her head and said, "No need. I'm just borrowing a phone. If you feel that you owe me, then treat me to a meal when you have time." The reason why she said a meal was that she was afraid that these people would pester her and insist on giving her money. "Miss, as long as you don't care." The middle-aged man suddenly smiled and did not try to persuade her anymore. "Tisk, it's just for show." Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly flashed. These people knew that Xiao Suner would not accept it, so they deliberately said that. This meant that the 1 million or 2 million and the luxury car were all just empty words. Ding dong. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin's phone beeped with a text message notification. She immediately picked it up and saw a line of words written on it. Your savings card account ending with 0457 received 3 million renminbi at 10:24 on December 8th. Chapter 5258. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Looking at the text message, Xiao Xuanlin was stunned. Xiao Tao snatched the phone from her and was also stunned. He really received 3 million. Xiao Tao shrieked. 3 million for a phone call. How could there be such a cheap deal? The girls were stunned on the spot, and the people on the street were stunned as well. After that, an uproar resounded. After all, they had lived for so long, and it was the first time they had seen someone pay 3 million for a phone call. 3 million. That was enough to buy a house in a small town like Xiaozhou. If it were a normal family, it would be enough for them to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. "Hey, I can't accept this money." At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin reacted. She wanted to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had already disappeared. The luxury cars on the street were also leaving. "Xuanlin, he even knows your bank card. I'm afraid he's from a powerful background." But how could someone like that not have a phone? "I think he's looking for an opportunity to hit on our little beauty, Xuanlin. But this method of hitting on her is unprecedented." Xiao Tao and the girls were envious. If a man were to hit on them like that, they would definitely say yes. As for the Liu family's daughter, her expression was a little ugly. She had the temperament and status, so why was there no man who would do that to her? She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with envy, but they were all looking at Xiao Xuanlin. That made her even more annoyed. His previous feat of borrowing 3 million for a phone call was no different from a public proposal. Girls liked romance and vanity, and she was no exception. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce was driving down the street. Lin Ling was sitting in the car. He looked out the window and saw that there were tall buildings all around. It was completely different from what he remembered. Of course, compared to him who had traveled extensively and seen all kinds of fairyland, these tall buildings were still too short. What surprised him was that his hometown had developed so quickly. "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" The middle-aged man turned around and asked with a smile. He was driving personally because Mr. Tang had repeatedly reminded him to serve Lin Ling well. He was very curious about Lin Ling's identity, for Mr. Tang to treat him so politely. However, he did not dare to disobey Mr. Tang's words. After all, Mr. Tang's background was too great. Of course, compared to ordinary people, his background was not small. He owned several corporations in South China and had a net worth of tens of billions. Now, he was willing to put down his status and drive for Lin Ling. Moreover, although he was curious, he could see a kind of calmness and composure in Lin Ling's eyes, as if he did not care about anything. This allowed him to confirm in his heart that this young man's status was indeed not low. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Let's go to Xiaozhou Academy. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded, "Put me down a few streets in front of the academy. I'll walk there." "All right." The middle-aged man immediately nodded. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Ling got out of the car and walked towards Xiaozhou Academy, according to his memory. Xiaozhou Academy was the university where Lin Ling had studied before his death. This academy was one of the top universities in Xiaozhou, but compared to Wuxia, it could be considered a third-rate university. The reason why Lin Ling came back was naturally not to study, but to take a look. He had a feeling that if he went back, he would be able to settle some of his worries. Although it was a small matter, it could still fulfill his heart. Not long after, he arrived at Xiaozhou Academy. He saw a large number of young people entering and leaving this ancient academy, performing the Song of Youth. Lin Ling looked at this scene and smiled. Then, he blended into the crowd and entered the university. Although he had disappeared for a long time, Mr. Tang had already taken care of everything for him. It could be said that when Lin Ling said that he wanted to go to Xiaozhou Academy, Mr. Tang had immediately arranged for someone to deal with it. Therefore, Lin Ling easily entered the university. "Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Ha, long time no see. You're too good at skipping classes." Not long after, several young people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They were Lin Ling's classmates. The person who spoke was from a family that owned a factory and had a net worth of tens of millions. He was considered to be one of the best in the circle of classmates. "Li Jian." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and recognized this classmate. "Don't tell me you've forgotten our names? We graduated from high school together." Those classmates were suddenly speechless. "Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you for a long time. Tell me honestly, did you run out of money and did some sneaky things?" The young man named Li Jian laughed. He seemed to be familiar with Lin Ling, but he had always looked down on Lin Ling since he was young. "He's probably locked up in the police station." The others laughed as well. Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence among his classmates. If they had not seen Lin Ling, they would have long forgotten about him. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind their contempt. "Let's go to class." Li Jian and the others led Lin Ling to the classroom. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance caused an uproar in the class. All kinds of jokes could be heard. "Lin Ling, I thought you didn't want to study anymore. He disappeared for a whole year. Where did he go this year? Don't tell me he went to start a business. Look at him. He's dressed in Anta. He's doing pretty well. It's just Anta." Many classmates joked with Lin Ling. They were used to Lin Ling's character. He was easy to talk to and always kept a low profile. Of course, with Lin Ling's aptitude, he could not afford to be high profile. In short, he was just a passerby since young. Moreover, many of them had studied with Lin Ling since junior high and high school. They knew Lin Ling very well. "Hello, everyone." Lin Ling naturally did not care about the mockery. On the contrary, he felt warmth in his heart. He felt that his soul force and cultivation realm were increasing. It was as if meeting these long-lost classmates satisfied the regret in his heart. He had been fighting in the universe for thousands of years. His heart was numb. It had been a long time since he experienced such an ordinary scene. He walked to his seat and sat down. The classmates quickly forgot about Lin Ling. After all, he was just a passerby. Jokes were more or less enough. At this time, a class teacher came to class. He glanced at Lin Ling and continued with the class. It was as if Lin Ling had never disappeared and never returned. They did a good job. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He hated being treated as a different person after returning. This was exactly what he wanted to see. "You're good, old Li. You disappeared for a year and came back. I really thought you stopped studying." Beside him, A skinny guy came over and said with a smile. He was Lin Ling's best friend in high school. His nickname was Didi Da. The main reason was that this guy was too talkative. He was endless and kept on beeping. However, you came back at the right time. This year's juniors, TSK. They're really pretty. Many people in the class are targeting them. However, it's useless to tell you this. First, you're a blockhead. Second, even if you're interested, you can't get her. The skinny guy kept talking in Lin Ling's ear. Chapter 52-59. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lin Ling was speechless. As expected of Didi Dada. He recalled the incident the last time he came back. At that time, he was running a midnight snack stall. When he left, he had alarmed the nearby area. Now that it had been so long, he wondered how it was going. Lin Ling spent the entire class with Didi Dada and nagging. After the class, the teacher left. Everyone started to get lively. Haha, the next class is free activities. The basketball match is about to start. We can't lose to those guys from class 2. I heard that there are freshmen participating in this basketball class. We can't lose to them, especially in front of the freshmen. The class was bustling with noise. That's right. We can't lose to those freshmen. We must win today's match and then beat class 2 tomorrow. A girl with a face full of pimples stood up and said, "Now, the main players and substitutes have been decided. However, the rest of you need to help too." Didi Dada, Lin Ling, Lu Wei. The girl kept pointing at her classmates and said, "You guys are responsible for moving the drinks to the field." Us? No way. Why should we move the drinks? Didi Dada was unhappy. You could choose not to go. However, the prerequisite is that you can represent our class in the competition. You can choose the main players and the substitutes. I'll say this first. If you drag our class down and lose, our class won't forgive you. The girl said coldly. Her name was Chui Ping. She was also the class monitor. Me, Didi Dada, could not answer. Move the drinks obediently. With your skinny arms and legs, how can you win against others? Since you can't participate, you can only do your best. Li Jian and the rest were jeering. Their faces were full of contempt. This is pissing me off. Didi Dada was unhappy. However, Lin Ling patted him on the shoulder and said, "Move it then. You don't need to do much. They're the ones who are tired from playing basketball." I know. However, why should we be the coolie while they are the heroes? Then do you know how to play basketball? I don't. Didi Dada had no choice but to carry the drinks obediently. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had originally come back to experience these things. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in the school's largest field. A red horizontal board was hung, announcing the friendly match between the freshmen and sophomores. Of course, although it was called a friendly battle, the smell of gunpowder was actually very strong. The main reason was that this year's first-year juniors were very beautiful. The second-year seniors were all very tempted and couldn't wait to perform in front of those juniors. However, the first-year juniors naturally weren't willing to do so. They couldn't wait to torture their seniors. Come on, come on, come on. Cheers could be heard all around the field. Sui Ping's eyes were fixed on a young man on the field. The young man had fair skin and a height of 183 meters. Every time he dribbled or threw the ball, it would cause waves of cheers. His name was Xianxia, and he was also the most handsome guy in their class. Not to mention the second-year students. Even the first-year students had a crush on him. Hurry up, all of you. What kind of men are you? After staring at them for a while, she turned to look at Lin Ling and the rest. That was because most of the drinks in the field had already been consumed. F***CKME, that be *T6. Didi Dada was already sweating from exhaustion. There are so many people in this field, and everyone is drinking our drinks. When are we going to finish moving? That's right. There was another person beside him who was also dog-tired and had a disgruntled look on his face. It's just moving the drinks. Why are you guys complaining so much? Just continue moving. Lin Ling had a nonchalant look on his face. You aren't even sweating. Are you slacking off? Didi Dada looked at Lin Ling as if it had discovered a new continent. Lin Ling was sweating. How heavy could those drinks be? Forget about the drinks. Even if he was carrying the entire Xiaozhou, he wouldn't sweat. It's you. Just as Lin Ling and the rest placed the drinks by the field, a young girl suddenly ran over. She looked very happy. The young girl was wearing a basketball jersey and sneakers. Under the long johns were long and slender legs. Most importantly, if she wasn't Xiao Xuanlin, who else could she be? It's you. Lin Ling was also very surprised. This, damn. Is this Junior blind? She actually took the initiative to talk to old Lin? Didi Dada was dumbfounded. In their opinion, Lin Ling was really very low-key and inconspicuous. Even if the beauty talked to Didi Dada, it was impossible for her to talk to Lin Ling. Moreover, she was a great beauty. Didi Dada, she's the campus belle, Xiao Xuanlin. The guy surnamed Lu exclaimed. Didi Dada blinked. Campus belle? Why is there another one? She's a first-year junior. She just came here not long ago. That's why the campus belle list changed. Of course, you don't know. The campus belle took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Is she blind, or is God blind? While they were criticizing in their hearts, there were also many gazes around them. Their gazes were mixed with anger. In fact, today's friendly competition was mostly aimed at the campus belle beauties. However, the prettiest campus belle was not paying attention to the field. Instead, she was talking to a senior who was moving the drinks. On what basis? You're studying here too? I always thought you were studying at a famous university overseas. At that moment, Xiao Xuanlin said excitedly. She did not expect to see Lin Ling again. What? Famous university? That kid was almost expelled. Didi Dada screamed. Xiao Xuanlin ignored him. In her opinion, for someone who could casually give out 3 million, studying at a famous university was child's play. Moreover, he was moving drinks? All right, your money, Xiao Xuanlin said again. It's just a small matter. If you treat me as a friend, don't mention this again. Lin Ling said with a smile. How about this? After I graduate, I'll slowly return it to you. Whatever. Lin Ling did not care at all. Both Didi Dada guys looked at him with disdain. Money? How much money could Lin Ling have? They remembered that he used to borrow money from them for meals. Lin Ling, why aren't you guys moving the drinks? What are you doing there? At that moment, a cold voice was heard. They saw that the basketball match was being paused, and the class monitor, Xianxia, was looking at them coldly. He was pissed, extremely pissed. Previously, he scored 10 points in a row and beat the E by 2 points to end the first quarter. The audience was in an uproar. However, Xiao Xuanlin did not see him. Instead, she was talking to Lin Ling. How could a person moving drinks be compared to him? One arrogant tone. We're all servants now. Didi Dada was furious. Why aren't you guys moving? Even the class monitor, Chui Ping, stood up and spoke. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded at Didi Dada and continued moving the drinks. Xianxia, those 3 are trash. They're at the bottom of the class. Even after graduation, they'll be doing manual labor. Ignore them, Chui Ping said to Xianxia and handed him a towel at the same time. I know. However, we're trying so hard to fight for it, but they're flirting with girls. That's ridiculous. Xianxia frowned. Don't worry. You guys will pour the drinks away later. They can only continue moving. Chui Ping smiled. However, she did not know that Lin Ling had heard everything they said. This made Lin Ling frown. Although he did not mind the ridicule from his classmates, he did not want to be treated as a fool, especially when Didi Dada was implicated. Chapter 5260. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Didi Dada asked curiously when he saw Lin Ling suddenly stop. We won't be moving these drinks. Lin Ling didn't return to the classroom and walked towards the field. I didn't want to move them for a long time. Old Lu, let's go and look at the girls. Didi Dada couldn't wait and followed Lin Ling back. When did Lin Ling become so bold? The young man called Old Lu was surprised. They walked back to the field, but Xiao Xuanlin hadn't left yet. She was surprised when she saw Lin Ling. You guys, we won't be moving the drinks. Ling Xiao said. That's good. Why don't I ask my classmates to help? Xiao Xuanlin suggested. In her opinion, Lin Ling, who could casually throw out 3 million without batting an eyelid, wouldn't be able to do such heavy work. Moreover, she was also surprised. After all, Lin Ling, who was a rich second generation, could do such low-key work. This was much better than other people of the same age. Lin Ling, what are you doing? When Ping saw Lin Ling and the rest sitting, she immediately walked over angrily. You three useless trash. I asked you to do some work, and you dare to slack off. Chui Ping pointed at Lin Ling and the rest. Her voice was very loud and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, Didi and the rest felt extremely embarrassed. They were seniors, but now they were being mocked by the juniors. This class monitor, Chui Ping, really didn't give them any face. Why are you moving? We are tired, Didi said angrily. If you want to move, do it yourself. You only know how to use us as coolies. Are you guys still men? Don't tell me you want a woman to carry the drinks for you? Chui Ping felt that many people were looking at her, so she showed her dignity as the class monitor. If you want to go, no one can stop you. Anyway, we are tired and need to rest. Didi didn't move, and even want to get 3 drinks, and gave one to Lin Ling and Old Lu. This is Chui Ping was so angry that she stomped her feet and said to the class, Look, they don't care about the collective honor at all. They are too lawless. Didi, Lin Ling, Old Lu, hurry up and move. Xianxia and the others are working hard for the honor of the class. How can you not do anything? That's right. Lazy and lazy. What a shame. His junior is still watching. Hurry up. Many male students spoke up. We're not going. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and directly refused. You. Everyone was very unhappy. However, at this time, the third quarter of the basketball game had also ended. A few figures walked back, drenched in sweat. Seeing there were no drinks, all of them were furious. Class leader, I'm so thirsty. Why isn't there a bottle of water? One of them said angrily, We've been playing so hard, and now we're 10 points behind. There's still one more round. If we lose, our class will lose face. Exactly. And if we don't advance, we won't be able to challenge Class 2 tomorrow. They all stood up and glared at Lin Ling and the others. It's not like that. They're all tired. Xiao Sun and Lin Ling were next to them, so they spoke up for Lin Ling and the others. A class is a team and also a boat. We're the main force in the game. If the others don't have the strength, then we'll do what we can. That's a team. Xianxia, who had been silent until now, said lightly, staring at Lin Ling and the others sarcastically. His words were very simple. You don't know how to play basketball, you don't know anything. Moving the drinks is your responsibility, or moving the drinks is more suitable for you. Lin Ling frowned instantly. In fact, it was not a big deal for him to move the drinks. However, they poured the drinks away. That was a waste of their efforts. That's right. A class is also a team. However, why are the 3 of us the only ones doing things like moving the drinks? There are so many people in the class. Why don't we take turns? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said. All the class was shocked. Lin Ling actually spoke up. One should know that Lin Ling had never fought for such things. He was afraid of offending others. Are you saying that you can participate in the game too? And then we'll move the drinks? Xianxia frowned and said. He looked extremely unhappy. Initially, he was targeting Didi Dada. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. That made him lose all his dignity. So be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling said. Ling said indifferently. Jing. All the class was silent. Lin Ling meant that he could participate in the game too, so there was no need to move the drinks? Ha ha ha, are you kidding us? Do you know the rules? Do you know what a 3-pointer is? Do you know how to dunk? Xianxia laughed. Someone who had never touched a basketball before wanted to participate in the game. That was an insult to basketball. You want to change players at the last minute? Senior, you're behind by 10 points. You're looking down on us by changing players at the last minute. The other freshmen also mocked. They stared at Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling was only 7 meters tall and had a skinny body. One look and they knew that he did not exercise often. This guy, if he dared to participate in the game, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. All right, I'll let you participate in the game. Now that you're behind by 10 points, go and play. Xianxia was also angry. This Lin Ling wanted to make a fool of himself. Let him be. When their class is defeated, who will be the scapegoat? Lin Lingling was too lazy to say anything. He walked towards the court without even changing his clothes. Old Ling, are you sure you want to go? Didi Dada's eyes almost popped out. He naturally knew that Lin Ling did not know how to play basketball. He was going to make a fool of himself. When they lose, the whole class will blame Lin Ling. He's overestimating himself. Chui Ping snorted gloatingly. Let him face reality. We'll go after 2 minutes. Chen Junjie sneered. Looking at Lin Ling entering the court, there was an uproar at the side of the court. Changing players at the last minute? Moreover, that young man was wearing an Antas sportswear. He did not even have a basketball uniform. He was extremely amateurish. The seniors are giving us points again. Brothers, let's not be ungrateful. The other freshmen were also laughing. Naturally, they would fight for the opportunity to widen the gap. Lin Ling, you're up. Soon, Lin Ling's side started to serve the ball. Someone threw the ball to Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people were looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling took the ball and walked away. He walked for more than 10 steps. All the court was silent. Then, loud laughter could be heard. He was walking, and it was obvious. Big. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Dada slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch. He was not convinced when I said he was trash. Now you know. Chen Junjie said. Junjie drank his water and said with disdain. It was the other party's turn to serve the ball. He passed the ball a few times, and then threw an empty three-pointer in front of Lin Ling. Weakling. After the freshman made the shot, he waved his hand at Lin Ling in disdain. As a result, the gap was 13 points. However, Lin Ling did not care. After all, it was his first time playing basketball. He did not know the rules. But next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve the ball again. However, the other four did not let Lin Ling touch the ball to avoid embarrassing themselves. But, unfortunately, even when it was their turn to attack, they still could not score under the opponent's defense. The ball fell into the freshman's hands again. Chapter 52-61. Remember in 1 second. Wonderful. No pop-up window, free to read. Watch me. The team captain of the freshmen was called Xiao. He dribbled the ball in all sorts of ways and easily passed Lin Ling. Then he passed 2 more people in a row and did a windmill slam dunk. Now, the difference was 15 points. Xiao. The whole audience cheered. Lin Ling's classmates were extremely embarrassed and could not bear to watch anymore. Get ready to change players. Chen Junjie knew that it was time for him to play. However, the difference was 15 points. It would not be easy to catch up. Next, it was Lin Ling's turn to serve. The other 4 did not let Lin Ling touch the ball and kept moving forward. Give me the ball. However, Lin Ling also asked for the ball. He roughly looked at it and somewhat understood the rules. Now, it was his turn to play. Give me my ass. There's a 15-point difference. If we don't catch up, we'll lose. Get ready to play. Brother Junjie, go. The other 4 said to Lin Ling with a look of disdain. Lin Ling frowned. Was it fine if they did not give him the ball? He took a step forward. His body was like moving clouds and flowing water. He appeared in front of the dribbling player. With a grab, the ball fell into his hands. F***. He stole his own player's ball. The onlookers were shocked. It was as if they had seen a new world. It was the first time they had seen someone play like that. This Lin Ling is F***king crazy. He's trying to get us into trouble. I think he's going to make a move again. Chen Junjie frowned and then shook his head mockingly. He looked at the 5 freshmen opposite him. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Lin Ling got the ball. It was another free point. Moreover, they had the same opinion as Chen Junjie. Lin Ling was definitely going to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with the ball. Then, he picked up the ball and walked away. For Lin Ling, it was a little difficult to control the strength of the ball. After all, the basketball was too light. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, the basketball would explode. 1 step, 2 steps. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as he took his 3rd step. However, just as he was about to take his 3rd step, Lin Ling swung his right hand. Before the ball had even crossed half the court, it had already turned into a beautiful trajectory and shot towards the opposite basket like a cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the basket shook violently. When the basketball hit the basket, it actually flew up high. However, when it fell down, it actually fell out of the basket. Whoosh! The net let out a hollow sound, which was extremely pleasant to the ears. The whole place was dead silent. He threw the ball in the half court and scored. That was a three-pointer. Even the referee was dumbfounded. He could only say that Lin Ling was really lucky. Damn it! The 5 freshmen looked as if their parents had died. They were so angry that they wanted to curse. Forget it, there's still 12 points left. They won't be able to catch up. I'll give him 3 points later. After they cursed angrily, they started to serve. Pa. They dribbled the ball and crossed half the court. The point guard made a hand gesture, indicating for the others to move according to the strategy. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a stream of light shot over. Before the point guard could react, the ball had already left his hand. It was Lin Ling. Whoosh! After Lin Ling easily stole the ball, he threw it. The hollow sound of the ball was heard once again. Another three-pointer in the half court. F*CK. This is heaven-defying. 2 in a row. He's F*King the heavens just because of a disagreement? The whole stadium was in an uproar. If the first one was luck, then was the second also luck? Lin Ling, go for it. Give me another one. Waves of cheers could be heard. From many people, this game was too interesting. An outsider scored 6 points in a row and kept pulling the score closer. Zhu Dong, what the hell are you doing? Looking at the freshmen, they were all complaining about the point guard. Me. At that moment, the point guard was also gritting his teeth in anger. It's my fault. I was careless before. Then, they started to serve again gloomily. However, just as they crossed half the court, a figure came at them like lightning. The point guard's pupils constricted, and he sneered. You still want to try? His hands danced quickly. The ball was like a magic trick, constantly weaving in and out. It was a dazzling sight. He did not believe that Lin Ling would be able to intercept his ball while he was dribbling. Whoosh! However, before the point guard could react, the ball was once again stolen by Lin Ling. A beautiful arc crossed the sky. It was another long three-pointer. F*CK, the heavens. F*CK, the heavens. F*CK, the heavens. The whole stadium was in a frenzy. Everyone stood up and shouted crazily. That was because in the blink of an eye, they had already caught up with 9 points. Furthermore, the freshmen could not score any points in such a short period of time. Most importantly, Lin Ling was the only one who made the move throughout the entire process. The other 4 players were like flower vases. Old Lin, you're awesome. Didi-da and the rest were trembling with excitement. It was too exciting. Damn, it was a pity that he did not go to the NBA. Bastard. Xianxia wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, he saw Lin Ling turn the tide and score 9 points in a row. His heart felt like it was about to explode. That kid is a little strange. Pass the ball more. Don't dribble. The freshmen's faces were solemn. They served again. This time, they kept passing the ball to prevent it from being intercepted. However, it was still useless. Lin Ling easily stole the ball and scored another long three-pointer. As a result, there were only 3 points left. However, there was not much time left. Give me the ball. At that moment, the freshman Zodiac Yao shouted angrily. After getting the ball, he rushed all the way and passed a few people in a row. Then, he took off at the 2-point line and finally flew. He's flying. He's flying. Slam dunk. Seeing this scene, the freshman shouted excitedly. Now, there was not much time left. As long as he scored 2 more points, Lin Ling and the rest would not be able to catch up. He's just a layman. Even if he's lucky and scored a few three-pointers, he's dreaming if he wants to beat us. At that moment, Xiao Yao was soaring into the sky. He could even see that everyone was looking up at him. In front of him, the basket was getting closer and closer. He was going to slam dunk. He was going to slam dunk in front of Xiao Xuanlin and win this battle beautifully. Time passed. and the basket was right in front of him. Didi-da and the rest of the sophomores were gloomy. They could only watch Xiao Yao's dazzling slam dunk. Chun Junjie gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. After all, that glory did not belong to him. It belonged to a freshman. However, at that moment, a figure appeared. He was faster than Xiao Yao and leaped higher than Xiao Yao. A large hand, like the hand of Buddha, was guarding the last forbidden area. It came slamming down. It was Lin Ling. "It's you." Xiao Yao's face changed. Then he saw a hand slamming down on his basketball, preventing him from dunking. Bam! A dull sound was heard. Lin Ling's hand slammed down. Not only did it send the basketball flying, but also sent Xiao Yao and the ball flying. Xiao Yao fell to the ground like a rubber ball and rolled a few meters away. The basketball flowed past him. He had obviously failed the slam dunk. Whoosh! However, it was not over yet. A gust of wind blew past him, scaring him. That was because the speed of the person was too fast. He quickly turned his head and saw that Lin Ling was already dribbling the basketball and rushing toward their basket. Before he reached the three-point line, Lin Ling jumped up. That was a three-point slam dunk. Chapter 5262. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, a three-point line slam dunk? The entire field, no, the entire Xiaozhou College was silent. How could there be a three-point line slam dunk? Even in the NBA, which was known for its extraordinary physique, no one could do a three-point line slam dunk. This was too unreasonable. Bang, bang, bang. Only the sound of the basketball hitting the ground could be heard in the field. Every hit seemed to hit the deepest part of everyone's heart. It was as if a passerby had suddenly turned into Superman. The score is tied. Lin Ling threw the basketball down and walked to the side of the field. Although the score was tied, would the freshmen still have the mood to play? Other than the shock in their hearts, they were more in awe and respect. F*CK. This is F*King F*CK. Xiao Yao had been completely defeated. Winning or losing was no longer important. As for Lin Ling's four teammates, they were as still as statues. Lin Ling had defeated the freshmen alone. Throughout the whole process, they were like puppets. They did not even need to play or touch the ball. Lin Ling walked to the side of the field and looked at Chun Junjie calmly. "Old Lin, you're awesome." Didi Dada was dancing as if it was the first time it met Lin Ling. "Amazing." Xiao Xuanlin covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of stars. Cui Ping, Chun Junjie, and the rest were terrified. They could not say anything. "You're only fit to carry drinks," Lin Ling said to Chun Junjie calmly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Chun Junjie opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. He used to think that he was on the school team, and Lin Ling did not know anything. He was only fit to carry drinks. But now, Lin Ling had turned the tide by himself. He lost 3 points no matter how hard he tried. He even did a three-point line slam dunk. How could he compete with Lin Ling? Since he could not compete, it was only natural for him to carry drinks. Fly, he actually flew. Chun Junjie was so angry that it was as if he had swallowed a volcano. He knew that the focus of today's basketball game was completely Lin Ling. Moreover, he could have lost to anyone else, but he just had to lose to the most low-key existence in the class. He had no place to put his face. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the shocked crowd and left Xiaozhou Academy alone. Here, it was as if he had made up for the regrets in the depths of his heart. He felt that his realm had increased by a small margin. However, he also knew that returning to university was just like passing clouds. He wouldn't stay here for long. "Lin Ling, a call for you." At this moment, someone outside the gate saw Lin Ling. He immediately ran over and handed over a phone. Lin Ling frowned slightly. It was a fact that he did not have a phone, so these people were waiting for him at the university. "Hey," Lin Ling took the phone. "Mr. Lin, I'm good, Jian. It's like this. Yesterday, we received a report that someone had found 2 ancient stone tablets in the Qinling Mountains. However, these stone tablets are extremely mysterious. A group of people went there, and all of them died. In the end, only one person managed to escape. So, we're planning to organize a group to go there and see what's going on. We'd like to ask if you're free to come along. Stone tablets? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. What's the general situation? We're not too sure about the specific situation. We only know that the person was delirious when he came back. He said that he saw many people talking and that it was a burial ground where ancient gods and demons were sealed. He's currently unconscious. All right, when do we depart? Immediately. I'll send someone to find you. Take this phone with you. It has a GPS tracker. We should be there in half a day. Lin Ling covered the phone and left. He was extremely shocked and full of anticipation. Stone tablets? Could it be the square prison? But why were there two of them? Could the last square prison be in Wuxia? At the thought of that, Lin Ling could not wait to rush to Qinling Mountains. However, Mr. G's people would only arrive in half a day. It would be useless for him to go there. After all, he had covered the entire Wuxia with his powerful soul power. However, he could not find the square prison. This meant that the square prison had a powerful force blocking him. Now, he could only wait for Mr. G's people to lead the way. It's rare for me to come here. It's time to go home. Lin Ling had another wish, which was to see his remaining relatives in this world. In fact, although Lin Ling's parents had passed away when he was young, he still had relatives. However, these relatives ignored him. No one wanted to carry a burden. In his impression, only his eldest uncle treated him well. However, his eldest uncle was blind since young and could not even take care of himself. Therefore, Lin Ling grew up in an orphanage. A few years ago, he had gone back to visit his eldest uncle once or twice. Although my eldest uncle has ignored me since I was young, he's still my family. If it was the Lin Ling of the past, he would have been too lazy to go back. However, the Lin Ling of today had seen too much of the world's fickleness and the ways of the world. Everything did not matter to him. As for the place where his uncle lived, it was a village. Lin Ling secretly remembered that when he was young, the village had been deserted. Now, it was much livelier and there were more outsiders. Moreover, this area seemed to be developing into a commercial district, causing it to be completely different from before. Following the main road, Lin Ling was constantly searching for his past memories. Although he rarely came here, it was the only place where he had relatives when he was young. However, at that time, he was mostly chased away. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Passing by a mahjong stall, a young man noticed Lin Ling and exclaimed as he ran out, "Kid, aren't you in university? Why are you back?" The young man was shocked. Lin Ling frowned and searched through his memories. He suddenly smiled. "Cousin Lin Ling, I heard that you got into a third-rate university. Everyone thinks that you have a promising future." This young man was Lin Ling's cousin. His father was his second uncle. His second uncle had two sons. One was said to have a good future, and the other was Lin Lu. However, although Lin Lu was unemployed, he had a lot of face in the neighborhood. It was said that he knew a lot of big shots. The two brothers, one black and one white, caused his second uncle's family to have the most face among the brothers. "Are you here to see your eldest uncle?" Lin Lu asked again. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Lu had long been used to Lin Ling's temper. He didn't know if it was because of his inferiority complex, but he had always been a man of few words. "Let's go, I'll take you." Lin Lu was very enthusiastic as he led Lin Ling forward. Wow, Lin Ling is back. Along the way, many relatives came out. They all had their own small courtyard, and there were luxurious cars in front of the gate. Audi A6, Mercedes-Benz GLC. Although they weren't top-grade luxurious cars, they weren't something that ordinary people could buy. "Brother Lin Ling, you're back. How's your study? I've already said that your Xiaozhou Academy isn't up to standard. You didn't believe me. Isn't it good to follow me to Yinjing University?" "Che, you think Yinjing University is a place that anyone can enter? Little Yin, you're going to study abroad in the future. Brother Lin Ling can only find a company and be a small employee." A few girls who seemed to be around the same age as Lin Ling giggled. Their voices were full of contempt. Chapter 5263. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, that was normal. Lin Ling had been an orphan in his family since he was young. He was not capable, so his relatives naturally looked down on him. Lin Ling was still smiling. He looked at the luxury cars and the small courtyards and sighed secretly. In fact, although his relatives were not rich, they were not bad. However, no one adopted him when he was young. His relatives all treated him as a burden. Lin Ling, you're here. At that moment, a woman dressed in jewelry walked out. She was Lin Yan's mother and Lin Ling's aunt. Her husband had a strong background. He had opened a company, and his assets were close to 10 million. Aunt Lin Ling immediately greeted her. You're here to see Uncle. The woman smiled politely and said, How long until you graduate? Your uncle's company is still lacking a position. If you have no job after graduation, feel free to look for me. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled. However, he knew that when he was looking for a job, it would not be a good one. Most importantly, he would be bullied. While his relatives were chatting politely, Lin Ling arrived at a tile-roofed residential area. The area was very large, but it was an old brick house. This was where his uncle lived. Lin Ling had just arrived when he heard coughing. He shook his head secretly. Most of his relatives were not humane. They lived in luxurious houses and drove luxury cars, but they let his uncle live in these dilapidated houses. Even when he was sick, no one took care of him. Uncle, Lin Ling shouted and walked into the house. He saw that the house was a little dark. A yellow lamp was hanging, and an old man was sitting on the bed. When he heard the sound, he sat up happily. Lin Ling, you must be here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Looking at the old man, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. To be honest, his uncle was not very good to him. Otherwise, he would not have been an orphan. However, his uncle was the one who treated him the best out of all his relatives. He often gave him money, even though it wasn't much. Uncle's eyes haven't recovered for many years. It seems that I have to treat him before I leave. Moreover, Uncle has no one to take care of him all these years, leaving behind many patients. Lin Ling knew that his uncle did not have any children, so he planned to help him cleanse his body before he left. Lin Ling, come, let Uncle touch you. Big Uncle wanted to sit up, but Lin Ling quickly went over to help him. Then, the two of them started to talk. Big Uncle kept saying that Lin Ling was very much like his dead father. Uncle, after an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then, a fat man in a suit walked in. Lin Ling, you're here too. When he saw Lin Ling, he nodded slightly. Then, he ignored them and said to First Uncle, in order to comply with the reform and opening up, you really have to donate this piece of land. Now that everyone nearby has agreed, only your piece of land has been delayed for the longest time. I've brought the contract. As long as you sign it, you will live in a Western-style building with an elevator room. Isn't it better than this black brick house? This person was called Lingua. He was the eldest son of Big Uncle. It was said that his position was very high. In the southern suburbs, no one dared to disrespect him. He could be said to be the leader. As for his younger brother, Lin Lu, he is also someone who can reach the heavens. However, Lingua was obviously more difficult to talk to than Lin Yu. His mouth was full of bureaucratic language and was very majestic. When he met Lin Ling, he only greeted him. His eyes were full of disdain, looking down on Lin Ling. Lingua, I said that this land is not for sale. Big Uncle's face sank and said coldly. You, Lingua frowned. How many times have I said it? You're an antique. Forget it. There will be a big meeting in the village tomorrow. The whole village will be there. The Lin family will also be there. At that time, you won't have the chance to speak. Now that you've signed this contract, you'll get 2 houses. If you wait until tomorrow, everyone will share it. There won't be that much left. You decide. Lingua left after saying that. However, he also glanced at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, if you have time, persuade Big Uncle. People shouldn't be so stubborn. Oh right, you're about to graduate. After you graduate, come find me. I'll arrange 1 or 2 official positions for you. It's better than idling around. After saying that, he left the house while holding his nose. It was as if the smell of the house made him very uncomfortable. Lin Ling did not say anything. His eyes were flickering slightly. They've taken a fancy to this piece of land. At this time, Big Uncle snorted. This land was left behind by your grandfather. Back then, every son and daughter had a share. However, our land is more valuable. It's located by the road and needs to be developed. I heard last time that this land will be worth hundreds of millions if developed. They seem to be giving me 2 houses, but in reality, they want to sell this land behind my back for more. I may be blind, but my heart isn't. Big Uncle coughed as he spoke. He looked extremely agitated. All these years, he had been alone and no one cared about him. Now that the government was going to expropriate the land, these so-called relatives all came running over. They claimed that they were looking out for the rest of Big Uncle's life. But in reality, they were greedy for money. Big Uncle, calm down. Lin Ling quickly poured a glass of water for Big Uncle. It's not that I'm agitated, but half of this land is yours. Big Uncle has been guarding it for you. Big Uncle suddenly said. Then, he said to Lin Ling, take out the brick under the bed. The title deed is buried in it. Lin Ling's body suddenly trembled. The land left behind by his father? He quickly did as he was told. Then, he found 2 yellowed title deeds under the bed. One belonged to Big Uncle, and the other belonged to Lin Ling's former father. When your grandfather left, he specifically told me that this piece of land was for you to get married and have children in the future. You used to be young and kind, so Big Uncle has been keeping it for you. After all, your second uncle and aunt have the hearts of wolves. They will definitely lie to you. Big Uncle took the title deed and caressed it as if it were a precious treasure. All these years, your Big Uncle couldn't take care of you. This is your Big Uncle's fault. Your father left early. Sigh, I pity you, child. As he spoke, he also cried. Lin Ling's heart softened. Although he was cold-blooded and ruthless in the Dao Pagoda, deep down, he was still Lin Ling. He was still a person. He didn't expect that Big Uncle had done so much for him in secret. Take good care of this title deed. When the time comes, sell it yourself. You can't let those guys get away with it. Big Uncle gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. Big Uncle, this. Lin Ling was surprised. Big Uncle is old. It's useless to keep too much money. Just take it as Big Uncle making up for what he owed you all these years. After all, we are family. Big Uncle said to Lin Ling with a smile. He gave the 2 title deeds to Lin Ling. This piece of land was very big. If it was sold, it would be worth at least 100 million. After all, the nearby area had been developed. This place was like a village in the city. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally accepted it. He didn't want to let Big Uncle down. But for him, whether it was money or land, everything was like floating clouds. He could leave his property to anyone, but he didn't want to leave it to his second uncle. Moreover, before he left, he planned to cure Big Uncle's illness and let him live a long life and enjoy the good life. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly felt very relaxed. The regret that had been suppressed in his heart seemed to have been resolved. Chapter 52-64. It was the perfect supreme being. Lin Ling, stay here and rest tonight. Eldest uncle said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the dark surroundings. Then he began to tidy up. He had ignored his eldest uncle all these years. Now that he was back, he wanted to make it up to him. That night, he prepared the dishes and brought his eldest uncle here. He also prepared some wine. The 2 of them ate happily. Good. Little Ling, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good. This dish is so fragrant. Come, let me have a drink with you. Eldest uncle was in a good mood. For so many years, he had been eating alone most of the time. It had been a long time since he experienced such familial love. What he did not know was that Lin Ling had added some heavenly treasures from the realm of the gods into the dishes. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to add too much. He only added a little. However, even if it was just a little, it was enough for his eldest uncle to cleanse his body. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly used his divine origin to clear his eldest uncle's meridians and wash away the chronic illness in his body. Eldest uncle drank the wine and talked about the past. It turned out that among the brothers, eldest uncle and Lin Ling's father had the best relationship. This was because the 2 of them had similar personalities. They were more old-fashioned. This could be considered as having similar tastes. Late at night, Lin Ling helped his eldest uncle to rest. Then, he entered into a state of cultivation. In fact, someone had come to look for Lin Ling in the afternoon. However, Lin Ling rejected him and planned to leave the next day. Now, second uncle and little aunt wanted to covet the land that belonged to eldest uncle and his father. Lin Ling naturally would not let them have their way. After a quiet night, eldest uncle woke up at dawn the next day. This sleep was so comfortable. After eldest uncle woke up, he felt energized. His eyes could faintly see light, which made him extremely shocked. Moreover, the rheumatism of many years seemed to be much better. Eldest uncle, after Lin Ling finished washing up, he walked over with a smile. He naturally knew that this was the effect of the heaven and earth treasure he had put in the food last night. Let's go. Eldest uncle suddenly looked outside the door. He could faintly see light, but he couldn't care too much, because today was the day when all the villagers gathered to discuss the sale of the land. His heart was burning with rage. He would never sell this piece of land, even if he was beaten to death. Uncle, don't worry. The land will always belong to you, Lin Ling said with a smile. The uncle nodded, but he didn't take Lin Ling's words to heart. After the two of them left, they walked towards the village's ancestral hall. In this village, the biggest surname was the Lin family. They were the antiques of the village. Their ancestors could be traced back to the late Qing dynasty. Although the other surnames had been here for a long time, their heritage could not compare. Without a doubt, today was an extremely lively day. Everyone in the village knew that the land was going to be sold, and even more important figures were coming. They were all eager to receive great benefits. One by one, luxury cars drove into the village. Mercedes-Benz S600, BMW, and so on. There were even Maseratis. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that the sound of firecrackers in the village was endless. The neighboring villages were filled with envy. Of course, whether it was in the same village or neighboring villages, they still talked about second uncle's family the most. After all, second uncle's children were all promising and were extremely famous in the nearby area. He then looked at Lin Ling and the others. They were slowly walking toward the ancestral hall. Before they even reached it, they were already surrounded by people chatting excitedly. However, when they saw eldest uncle and the rest, they fell silent again. Their expressions were extremely strange. All of them knew that it was eldest uncle's family that was delaying their acquisition of the land. Moreover, eldest uncle's family was in the best position in the village and was also the most valued by the conglomerates. This Lin Zheng is really an antique. He's guarding that rundown house every day. Is he thinking of bringing it into his coffin? He wants to suffer, but he doesn't want others to enjoy it. What a venomous old man. In my opinion, he's already so old. It's better for him to die early. Whispers could be heard. No one gave face to eldest uncle. Instead, they hated him. Eldest uncle naturally heard it, but he ignored it. Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. Who's that person supporting Lin Zheng? I think it's that kid from third uncle's family. He's so greedy. He came back when he knew that the land was going to be acquired. Third uncle's family isn't anything good either. Many people stared at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling was back to split the family's assets. When eldest uncle heard those words, he paused in his steps. His expression clearly turned ugly, but he didn't say a word and continued forward. Not long after, they arrived at the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was rather luxurious. There were two huge lions at the entrance. It was said that second uncle's family had spent a lot of money on it. Lin Zheng, you're here. In front of the ancestral hall, a white-haired old man sat there. He was the oldest great-granduncle of the Lin family. He had a very high seniority, and no one in the village dared to disobey him. Even if eldest uncle met him, he had to address himself as a junior. Great-granduncle, Lin Zheng said faintly. The old man nodded. His attitude towards eldest uncle was very cold. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Who's this?" "Third uncle's son." Eldest uncle knew that non-members of the Lin family were not allowed to participate in today's matter, so he revealed Lin Ling's identity. Third uncle? The old man frowned. He sized up Lin Ling and said disdainfully, "He's the same as third uncle. Useless. Great-granduncle. How can you say that?" Eldest uncle couldn't hold it in any longer. They couldn't control outsiders when they spoke ill of them. How could he do nothing when his own family members spoke ill of them? Isn't that so? I heard that he went to a third-rate university, which can't even be considered as a famous university. His eldest son's daughter has already gone abroad to study. As for his second son's two sons, one is a civil servant and has a lot of connections, while the other has a lot of face and knows some financial groups. Our land was bought by him. Look at this Lin Ling. What's the point of him? They're both of the Lin family bloodline, but why is there such a huge difference? The old man said sarcastically. He was living a better life than eldest uncle, but he knew that it was all because of second uncle's family. Therefore, he valued second uncle's two sons very much and thought that they were both promising. As for Lin Ling, a piece of trash. Great-granduncle. We're all members of the Lin family. There's no need to speak so harshly. Eldest uncle said with a frown. Great-granduncle snorted. At that moment, a luxury car arrived. It was youngest aunt and her family. $1 million Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside. Youngest aunt and her family alighted. Envious voices could be heard from all around. Lin Shui, you're here. That great-granduncle's expression also changed. He revealed a kind smile. Youngest aunt walked over with her husband, followed by her children. Her husband had a big belly and a bald head. He wore a suit and a dazzling golden watch on his wrist. He looked extremely wealthy. Great-granduncle. Youngest aunt greeted him with a smile when she saw him from afar. In fact, they weren't far from the ancestral hall. They could reach there in 10 minutes, but they had to drive over. Obviously, they were here to show off. Of course, this kind of showing off was also very effective. Everyone gave them respect. That great-granduncle even came out to greet them. Luxury cars weren't just a car. They represented one's status. Chapter 5265. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, of course. That was secondary. Soon, a few more luxury cars arrived. They were BMWs, Audis, and a few people got out of them. It was second uncle's family. At that moment, great-granduncle no longer showed a kind smile, but a flattering one. In a Lin family, second uncle's family was the most promising. Lin Yi, you're here. Isn't this Lin Guo and Lin Yu? Great-granduncle took the initiative to greet them again. Generally speaking, it was the younger generation who greeted him more due to his seniority. However, this time, he took the initiative to greet them. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling with contempt and shook his head secretly. They were both descendants of the Lin family, but there was no comparison. Great-granduncle. Lin Guo and his brother replied with a smile. Following that, Lin Guo took out a bag of zhonghua and handed it to the elders present. Then, he said plainly, since everyone is here, let's talk about the land acquisition today. Lin Guo was like the head of the Lin family, speaking on behalf of the entire village. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent. Many people were looking forward to knowing how much money they would get. As of now, we have discussed with Dai Group and Fuyin Group. They will fully purchase the land in our village and compensate each family with 2 houses according to their actual size. Linguist said plainly, "Wow, we're rich. The neighboring villages don't even have that much compensation. They have money and houses and 2 houses." Everyone was excited. Our Lin Guo is still the best. He fought for everyone's benefits. The aunt also said with a smile, "Indeed, I fought for this. I talked to the chairman of Dai Group and Fuyin Group for a long time. They finally gave in." Linguist said proudly. Dai Group and Fuyin Group were famous conglomerates in the country. Their chairmen were even among the top 10 richest people in the country. No one expected Lin Guo to be able to talk to such big shots face to face. One had to know that it was impossible for ordinary people to meet such powerful people. Good. Great-granduncle nodded happily. You two brothers have made a name for yourselves. Then he looked at everyone and said plainly, now, Lin Guo and the rest have fought for the most benefits for us. Regarding the land acquisition, no one has any objections, right? No, I have no objections. Everyone was eager to get the money immediately, so how could they have any objections? Wait. However, Lin Guo said faintly, most of the people in the village have agreed, but there is one family who is stubborn. That is Uncle's family. With that, he looked at his uncle and said, Uncle, now that the village has agreed, what do you think? I refuse. First uncle shook his head. Lin Zheng, you're dragging everyone down. Great-granduncle frowned and looked at great-uncle. Everyone agreed. Why didn't you agree? Aren't you going against the Lin family in the village? This piece of land was left to us by our ancestor. We can't sell it. Big uncle shook his head stubbornly. Besides, that land of mine is worth over 100 million. How can you give me just 2 houses and some money as compensation? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Guo and the others' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect their uncle to know the value of that piece of land. In fact, they knew even more and had secretly agreed with the consortium that as long as they could get that piece of land, they would be able to get close to 10 million yuan. That was why they wanted their uncle to hand over the land. Moreover, the consortium was most interested in their uncle's land. Lin Zheng, what nonsense are you talking about? You're too greedy. Everyone has the same piece of land. Why should your land be worth over 100 million? Great-granduncle continued to say, exasperated at Lin Zheng's failure to live up to his expectations. Back then, my father divided the land, and my piece of land was full of useless rocks. You didn't want it and snatched the good land instead. Now that my piece of land is worth a lot of money, you want to snatch it from me. First uncle said coldly, Big brother, the land acquisition isn't your idea alone. It's the idea of the Lin family and the entire village. Now that great-granduncle has spoken, are you going to go against everyone's wishes? Second uncle also said, his eyes cold. Today, whether his big brother was willing or not, they were going to get the land. That's right, big brother. Hand it over and let everyone have a good life. Youngest and also tried to persuade him. How about this? The entire village will vote. As long as one person agrees not to sell, we have nothing to say. At that moment, Lin Guo didn't wait for his uncle to speak. He represented everyone and made the decision. You, first uncle, naturally knew that the villagers were eager to sell the land. What was the point of voting? I agree. I agree too. Sure enough, everyone raised their hands one after another. To them, the value of Lin Zheng's piece of land was none of their business. If Lin Zheng didn't agree, all of them would snatch the land. Anyway, everyone was in favor. Lin Zheng was blind. Why did he have to speak? I agree too. Great-granduncle was the last to raise his hand. He looked coldly at first uncle and said, Lin Zheng, you're old and have dementia. That's why we can understand. How about this? We'll choose for you. All of you. First uncle was so angry that his body trembled. That's right. First uncle has dementia, so he has no right to speak. Lin Guo immediately added, removing Lin Zheng from his position. Hold it. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly interrupted everyone's voices. He was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling witnessed the scene and sneered in his heart. Although he knew that these relatives only cared about money and not people, he did not expect them to be so shameless. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling speak, Lin Guo frowned. Lin Ling, you have no right to speak in this kind of situation. Second uncle also frowned and reprimanded him. Lin Ling, why are you so insensible? Hurry up and talk to first uncle. Don't go against everyone. Little aunt also hurriedly spoke. At that moment, she seemed to be thinking for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's relatives had never paid any attention to him since he was young. Now that they were pretending to be relatives, they were extremely shameless. I have no right. Lin Ling sneered and said calmly, that piece of land was left behind by first uncle and my father. That means that half of it belongs to me. Tell me, do I have the right? Everyone's expression changed instantly, especially second uncle and little aunt's family. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Of course, they knew about this matter. However, they had never taken Lin Ling seriously. They had long taken what belonged to Lin Ling as their own. Now, Lin Ling was back to fight for it? Lin Ling. Oh, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You really don't see us as your relatives. Second uncle pointed at Lin Ling and said bitterly, Ingrate, I've already said that you shouldn't have been so good to him when he was young. Now that you've grown up, you'll eat meat without spitting out the bones. Now that you've proven it. Little Aunt also let out a sharp scolding. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. I'm speaking on behalf of the ancestors of the Lin family. Great uncle said sternly to Lin Ling. He wanted to strip Lin Ling of his qualifications. However, Lin Ling still had the blood of the Lin family. How could he not be a member of the Lin family? Chapter 5266. It's none of your business. This has nothing to do with me. Are you the one who said it, or the entire Lin family? Lin Ling did not give any face to the elders. Second uncle and the rest were even angrier. In the past, Lin Ling would never have dared to refute them. One idiot. Lin Gua and Lin Yu shook their heads in ridicule. Lin Ling had no parents since he was young. He had no right to speak in the Lin family. Yet, he dared to go against the Lin family. Wasn't this courting death? Shut up. You have no respect for your elders. If you continue to be long-winded, I'll expel you from the Lin family on behalf of your father. Great-granduncle was also furious. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. If it were Lin Gua and the rest, great-granduncle would not have dared to do so. However, Lin Ling was nothing in his eyes. Lin Ling, hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, you'll be expelled from the Lin family. The rest of the Lin family said coldly. It was as if being expelled from the Lin family was Lin Ling's greatest loss. No need. I'll leave the Lin family with Lin Ling. Is that enough? Great-uncle suddenly said angrily. In his opinion, these people were simply shameless. They had never taken care of Lin Ling since he was young. Yet, they had the nerve to say that they would expel him. So be it. What's a big deal? Great-uncle, Lin Gua, and the rest frowned. However, Lin Ling also spoke. He looked at great-granduncle and said, Great-granduncle, are you really going to expel me? From now on, I have nothing to do with the Lin family? Great-granduncle felt humiliated by Lin Ling's question. Yes, I'm representing the Lin family. Good. Lin Ling nodded. It's not you who expelled me. It's me and my uncle who expelled you. From now on, no matter what happens in the Lin family, it has nothing to do with my uncle. Everyone in the village was stunned. Then they burst into laughter. What was Lin Ling doing? Turning the tables? Did he really think he was a big shot? Without him, the Lin family would still be fine. Ha ha ha, scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling with disdain. You can leave, but you have to hand over the title deed. Suddenly, Lingua said coldly. Everyone began to look at Lin Ling and Lin Ling, forcing them to hand over the deed. What? Do you still dare to snatch it? Eldest uncle could feel the stifling atmosphere. We are civilized people. How can we do such an illegal thing? Lin Gua's chubby face trembled, revealing a cold sneer. Lin Ling, I don't know what you said to first uncle, but if you want to take away the deed, you can dream on. Both of you are no longer part of the Lin family. You no longer have the right to speak. After a pause, he continued, This is the will of the entire Lin clan, the entire village. He and Lin Ling had never gotten along since they were young. Although they didn't have a deep hatred for each other, he didn't like Lin Ling since he was young. That was because Lin Ling was the same as his father. They were both useless people, the type who only knew how to eat and wait for death. Indeed, both of you aren't part of the Lin family. The deed doesn't belong to you. Hand it over. Second uncle also said coldly. Originally, he wanted to share some of the money with Lin Ling and Lin Ling, but now he didn't want to give them a single cent. The deed is in our hands. Does it matter if we're part of the Lin family or not? Seeing that everyone had turned hostile, Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Ha! Do you think it's useful to have the deed in your hands? Lin Gua sneered. We can just reject it. In this world, there are many people who will speak up for you. Moreover, I know that you've disliked me since you were young, but what's the use? Can you compare to me? He didn't hide his contempt for Lin Ling and openly stepped on Lin Ling. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Can you compare? Lin Gua held great power in his hands and knew a lot of important people. With just a move, this area would be in turmoil. What about Lin Ling? He was just a university student. What's the point of comparing? He probably couldn't even compare to a strand of Lin Gua's hair. Creak. At this time, a luxury car arrived. Following that, an old man in his 50s or 60s stepped out. The old man was wearing a traditional Chinese suit and holding a walking stick. He looked very energetic. Everyone in the village was surprised. This is the chairman of our day group, Mr. Wang. A bodyguard said calmly. Day group? The richest man in the country? Everyone in the village was dumbfounded. Soon, someone exclaimed, It's him. I've seen him on TV. After receiving confirmation, everyone was even more shocked. No one expected such a rich man to come to their village. However, it wasn't over yet. A helicopter came from afar and slowly landed on the biggest grain-sunning ground in the village. Following that, a man in a white suit who looked to be in his 40s walked down. In a helicopter? Oh my God, who is this person? The chairman of Fuyun Group, Mr. Chun, is here. Lingua suddenly said calmly. Mr. Chun? The entire village was shocked again. It could be said that there were not many people in the world who didn't know about Mr. Chun. He was a famous person who had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. And now, the chairman of the two major corporations were here in person. Lingua. Then, Mr. Chun greeted Lingua from afar. Mr. Wang did the same too. It was obvious that they were here for Lingua. That meant that Lingua was no longer the person he used to be. He had a lot of face now. At that moment, many people felt proud, especially those from the Lin family. It was as if a big shot had appeared in their Lin family. Lingua. At this time, another car arrived. A man with a dignified appearance stepped out. Mayor. Many people knew this person. He was the mayor who was in charge of this area. He was here too. That was not all. The village's secretary, the mayor of the suburbs, and other big shots arrived one after another. Lingua. These people also greeted Lingua with smiles on their faces. The entire village was silent. Whether it was the chairman of the two major corporations or the mayor, they were all big shots with great power. Now they were all here. They were clearly here to help Lingua. Welcome, welcome. As the most senior person in the village, great-granduncle personally went to welcome them with a red face. After all, they were treated like this. How's the land acquisition going? Mr. Chin looked at Lingua. Other than the land acquisition, he was here for another purpose. He knew that Lingua had caught the eye of a big shot and had a bright future. That was why he was here to befriend him. The others were also looking at Lingua. Obviously, they were here to help Lingua. At that moment, many people looked at Lin Ling and his wife mockingly. Lin Ling, aren't you very capable and tough? Do you still dare to speak now? Lin Ling only needed to move his leg to get all the immortals to help him. You Lin Ling are nothing. Lin Ling, have you met the inviting god? This is it. The Andy's daughter, Lin Yin, said with a cunning smile. Inviting god, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. A mere mortal dared to call himself a god? How could the so-called inviting god be so simple? The heavens were filled with the chants of Buddhas. The universe was reincarnated. The heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook. That was what a god was. The gods of the mortal world only had a little money and power. They did not know that to a real god, those were nothing. Only the fist was truly eternal, a true god. Chapter 52:67. It was the perfect supreme being. They're not letting go of the title deed. Seeing the arrival of all the big shots, Lingua's back stiffened even more as he pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. At this moment, all the big shots looked at Lin Ling and his uncle with cold expressions. Are the two of you really going to be so stubborn? Land acquisition is a collective decision. What's the point of you objecting? Mr. Chin frowned and said sternly, That's right. We're acquiring land for everyone to live a good life. You two insist on being stubborn and dragging the people down. As humans, you should look further ahead." The other Mr. Wang also said calmly, "Lin Zheng, Mr. Chun, and his people have spoken. You better not go down the wrong path. Quickly hand over the title deed for the sake of the collective." "What nonsense!" the district head and the rest also said angrily. At that moment, the uncle felt isolated and helpless. He knew that he had to hand over the title deed. He was also part of the older generation. He was very traditional and was very respectful of people with high status. Since ancient times, those without money would never win against those with money. However, at that moment, another car arrived. This time, the car was obviously different. It was an armored vehicle. Then, a few people in camouflage uniforms and armed with assault rifles came out of the car. They surrounded two people and got out of the car. One was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. Most importantly, the two of them looked extraordinary. It was obvious that they had a powerful background. "Wow, they're carrying guns. TSK, TSK. Is this a military solution? Lin Gua is so influential. He actually mobilized such a force. He, Lin Zheng, and his people have no right to object." Everyone in the village was excited. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. "Mr. Tang?" Mr. Chun and the rest stared at the middle-aged man. Their faces suddenly changed. They all knew that Mr. Tang was the real big shot. Not only did his assets surpass theirs, but he also had a large number of companies overseas. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as rich as a country. Their small assets were nothing compared to the other parties. Even their companies had connections with Mr. Tang's companies. They had to rely on Mr. Tang for their livelihood. They didn't expect that Mr. Tang, who was so famous, would actually come. They could not help but look at Lin Gua. They were shocked at how influential the latter was. However, Lin Gua was still in a daze. He naturally knew about Mr. Tang. He had visited him many times in the past, but he failed again and again. Although he did not know why these big shots were there, he was certain that they were not there for his uncle. Could it be for him? "Mr. Gu, please." At this moment, Mr. Tang spoke to an old man by his side. This made it obvious that the old man's status was even greater. However, they didn't even know such a great figure. Perhaps with their current status, they didn't even have the qualifications to know him. "Mr. Tang, this is..." Mr. Chun and Mr. Wang stepped forward and said with a smile. However, Mr. Tang only glanced at them coldly and then slapped Mr. Chen's old face. The applause was so loud that it stunned Mr. Chun. Mr. Wang was still in a daze when Mr. Tang kicked him to the ground. Both of them were old men who were well respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Their bodyguards quickly rushed over. However, the armed forces immediately took out their guns and pointed them at them. The bodyguards did not dare to move. Of course, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chun were also anxiously waving their hands. Don't. What a joke. If they went against Mr. Tang, their businesses and groups would be reduced to negative assets within a month. The stock market would plummet. That was not a joke. Mr. Tang was someone they could not afford to offend. The villagers were dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Mr. Tang and Mr. Chun continued to move forward. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they came before Lin Ling and bowed slightly. "Mr. Lin, we're late." When a voice floated out, everyone's mind seemed to explode. Second uncle's family and youngest aunt's family were all stunned. Although they did not know who Mr. Tang was, they had seen that even Mr. Chun had to bow down to Mr. Tang. Other things aside, their bodyguards could even carry guns. It was like comparing a beggar to an emperor. And now, these emperors were greeting Lin Ling? Lin Ling was just a university student. He had no parents and no power. What right did he have to do that? "You're here." Lin Ling nodded lightly. "These people want to occupy my and my uncle's land. You can deal with them." Hearing that, Mr. Tang was furious. He turned around and glared at the crowd. Even the kind Mr. Gu was the same. "You guys are crazy. Who gave you the guts?" An angry roar came out of Mr. Tang's mouth. Of course, they were furious. Who was Lin Ling? He was a cultivator who was not even afraid of bullets, could tame a snow leopard, and even killed an avalanche with one punch. Even they did not dare to provoke him. These ordinary people, these little rich people, even the government officials dared to do that. They were really curious. Who gave them the guts to do that? This is what happened. Mr. Chun and Mr. Wong ran over and smiled apologetically. It was the first time they had seen Mr. Tang angry. However, they still had some hope in their hearts. As long as they said that Lin Ling and the others were stubborn, Mr. Tang would probably not help Lin Ling. Shut up. However, Mr. Tang shouted angrily. He did not listen to any reason at all. From his point of view, even if Mr. Lin was wrong, he was still right. Moreover, why would a cultivator care about a mere piece of land? The two of you very well. We will terminate the oil exploration contract in the north. Also, we will terminate the real estate development in the coastal area. Mr. Tang looked angrily at Mr. Chun and Mr. Chun. Bang! The two of them sat on the ground again. Those two contracts were worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, they were long-term benefits. It was not easy for them to get Mr. Tang to open his mouth, but now, those agreements were gone. For those two contracts, they kept selling off their assets. The group was already in a state of overload. No, don't. They were no longer as domineering as before. They kept begging for mercy. This is just the beginning. However, Mr. Tang did not pay any attention to them. He looked at the big shots present. You guys are involved too, right? Very well. Investigate this matter. Investigate it thoroughly. I'll see how long you can keep your black hats. Land acquisition is a personal choice. You guys can't force a sale, so you're planning to rob me, right? I like to see how you're going to rob me. As soon as he said that, the village secretary, director, district head, and the others' legs went weak. They sat on the ground weakly. Lin Guo's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth tightly. Dream on. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was second uncle. He shouted with a red face. Who do you think you are? My son is a big shot with a high position. Do you think you can stop him? As soon as he said that, the district head and the others felt lucky. Yes, does this person have that kind of power? He must be trying to scare us. Chapter 5268. It was the perfect Supreme's turn. Mr. Tang saw the situation and did not say much. He signaled someone beside him with his eyes. The person who looked like a secretary understood and immediately made a call. You still want to pretend? I'll let you pretend. Second uncle and the rest sneered. They did not believe that there was such a powerful person in this world. Even if there was, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. What qualifications did he have? Mr. Tang saw the sneers of second uncle and the rest. He had a mocking look on his face. These people had underestimated Mr. Lin. They did not know that Mr. Lin had broken an avalanche with a single punch. Such a person was not someone the secular world could compare to. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, the phones of the big shots present rang. The strangest thing was that it happened very quickly. It was as if it was as easy as flipping a hand to find out their origins. Moreover, all the phones rang at the same time. That was extremely abnormal. The district heads, department heads, and other big shots picked up the phone one after another. Their expressions kept changing. Lin Guo was frowning, but at that moment, his phone rang. When he picked it up, a familiar voice came through. Lin Guo, from today onwards, you're fired. Then, the phone was hung up without any consideration for his feelings. That was because the person who spoke was afraid of being implicated. That was why he kept it short. Most importantly, Lin Guo was very familiar with that voice. It was his immediate superior. Lin Guo put away his phone. His face turned pale, as if he had just had a nightmare. He looked at Mr. Tang, and finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the district heads and the rest slumped to the ground. What's wrong with all of you? Second uncle's expression changed drastically. Why did they seem to have lost their souls after picking up the phone? There was only confusion, fear, and disbelief on their faces. Dad, it's me. A voice suddenly came from the side. It was Lin Guo's voice. At that moment, second uncle, little aunt, great-granduncle, and even Lin Yin, Lin Le, and the rest all looked at Lin Gua. "I've been fired," Lin Gua said bitterly. After saying that, he slumped to the ground powerlessly. Second uncle and the rest had their mouths wide open. Lin Gua was their pillar of support. He was also their proudest descendant of the Lin family. He had a high position and power. Yet, he was fired after a phone call. This meant that their pride was gone. "Yes, Brother Lin Ling." Amidst the silence, Lin Yin suddenly said nervously, "It seems to be Big Brother Lin Ling." As soon as these words fell, everyone reacted. Lin Ling was just a student from a third-rate university. He had no parents and no backing. However, after Mr. Tang's arrival, he poached Mr. Chun, kicked Mr. Wang, and with a phone call, all the previously insufferably arrogant officials and nobles were forced to step down, including Lin Gua. Unless they were idiots, how could they not know the crux of the matter? This meant that Lin Ling was bigger than anyone else present. Lin Ling, that great-granduncle, seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Among the younger generation of the Lin Ling family, the one he looked down on the most was Lin Ling. However, the Lin Ling that he had looked down on since he was young had suddenly transformed into the person with the most authority and status in the Lin family. Lin Yin studied abroad, but how could she compare? Lin Yu was a big shot in the nearby area, but how could she compare? Lin Gua held an important position and was in a high position, but how could she compare? None of them could compare. At that moment, great-granduncle wished that he could slap himself a few times to make himself dizzy. Meanwhile, the entire Lin family and the village were dead silent. Lin Ling, in the silence, only first uncle's voice could be heard. "Don't worry, no one can take away the land that belongs to first uncle. If first uncle passes away in the future, this piece of land will be given to the country. It can't be privately owned." Lin Ling said to first uncle with a smile. Mr. Tang and the rest immediately nodded and gave the order. Then, Mr. Tang looked at the people around him. "No one can buy anything in this village. Just leave it here." Everyone in the village opened their mouths wide. This meant that they would not get a single cent. This was not a joke. After all, if Mr. Chun and the others did not dare to touch this place, who else would dare to touch it? Even if they sold it for a single cent, no one would dare to buy this hot potato. Now the land was gone, the official position was gone, and even the money was gone. All of this was because they had underestimated Lin Ling. "First uncle, let's go." At that moment, Lin Ling said to first uncle, "Lin Ling, wait, you can't do this. We're family. You can't leave us alone." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, great-granduncle hurriedly pulled Lin Ling back. "Family?" Lin Ling looked at great-granduncle indifferently. His aura spread out and pushed great-granduncle a meter away. The faces of second uncle and little aunt also changed greatly. They all laughed and shouted, "Yes, we are a family. You can't let your cousin Lin Gua lose his job." Lin Ling looked at everyone sarcastically and said lightly, "Previously, we were expelled from the Lin family. Everyone agreed to this. Everyone can bear witness to this. Expelled from the Lin family." Great-granduncle and the rest's expressions changed. Only then did they remember what had happened. At that time, they had expelled Lin Ling high and mighty. Lin Ling had also told them that he, Lin Ling, would no longer care about the Lin family's matters. However, at that time, everyone only mocked and ridiculed him. A kid without parents. Would the earth stop spinning just because he was gone? But now, they knew that the earth would really stop spinning. Slap. Second uncle directly gave himself a hard slap. Lin Gua, Lin Yu, and the rest stood in place with red faces. They all regretted it. Even if they were very capable and powerful, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads at that moment. Compared to Lin Ling, they were really like ants. Whirr. Why aren't you apologizing to Lin Ling immediately? Second uncle said to Lin Gua shamelessly. Lin Gua's body trembled. Apologize to a bastard that he had looked down on since he was young? Where'd he put his face? Where would his dignity be? Quick! Second uncle also knew that Lin Gua could not let go of his face. He angrily shouted, Lin Ling, I was wrong. Give me a chance." Lingua finally apologized, a sincere apology. Although his face and dignity were more important, he was already used to the feeling of being above others. If he were to step down today, those who were mocked and bullied by him in the past would definitely pay him back. He really could not lose this position. I accept your apology, Lin Ling said lightly. Then Lin Ling's meaning is the previous matter. Little Ant's face lit up. No, the previous matter is still the same. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too ruthless. Little Ant scolded angrily. Second uncle, Lingua, and the rest were the same. They had already apologized, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to forgive them. That was too hateful. Are you really our relative? Great-granduncle was used to being respected by others. If Lingua and the rest were to step down, he could only be an old man. Who would care about him? Relative? Lin Ling looked at the angry crowd, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Chapter 52-69. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The only family I, Lin Ling, have in this world is my uncle. You are not worthy. I grew up in an orphanage. When have you ever come to see me? When have you ever taken care of me? I rarely come back. All you give me is disdain and ridicule. Mine uncle's land was left behind by my grandfather. At that time, it was just a barren land. You didn't want it. Now that it's valuable, you want to snatch it? Isn't second uncle very capable? Aren't Lingua and his brother very resourceful? Let them deal with it. Family, you are not worthy. Lin Ling's voice carried a reprimand. His scolding made everyone speechless. Their faces turned pale, and they felt like they were suffocating. Everything was as Lin Ling said. They were not worthy. Lin Ling's only family was his uncle, Yu, ancestor Taiyin, and the others. He, Lin Ling, had dominated the universe, defeated all the gods of the era, and was invincible. How could they be qualified to have a family relationship with Lin Ling? Were they? Well said. First uncle felt elated and couldn't help but shout. Mr. Tang and the others smiled faintly. Lin Ling was a cultivator. These mortals dared to claim kinship with Lin Ling? How much weight did they have? Most importantly, not only did they claim kinship, they even looked like they were high and mighty. How could they think of such a thing? Let's go. Lin Ling saw that no one was speaking. He sneered, grabbed his uncle's hand, and was about to leave. Lin Ling. Suddenly, second uncle roared. You want to push us to our deaths, right? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't provoke us. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Everything will be amicable, Lin Lu said coldly. He was different from Lingua. On the surface, he seemed to have a high status, but in reality, he was a local tyrant. He had taken 3 lives. Lin Ling had provoked them. If they went all out, they could just kill Lin Ling. We can't beat you when it comes to playing things on the surface, but there is darkness in this world. Lin Li's words carried a heavy threat. When his aunt and the others saw this, they all sneered. Unless Lin Ling didn't want to live anymore. How dare you threaten Mr. Lin with such little ability? Seeing this, Mr. Tang's sneer deepened. He was someone who could shake a region. When it came to the Dark Realm, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling because he realized that Lin Ling had changed. Lin Ling had indeed changed. What he hated the most in his life was being threatened by others. Although these people were mere mortals and ants, a bunch of ignorant ants dared to threaten Lin Ling. This was challenging his bottom line. Really? I'm standing right here. Try and touch me if you can. I can tell you that even if you use a plane or a cannon, the one who will die in the end will still be you. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold as he stared at Lin Lu. That gaze was incomparably cold and murderous, causing Lin Li's body to tremble even more. In his eyes, he seemed to see endless corpses, endless bones, and endless blood flowing into his heart. There were too many. The 3 lives in his hands were not even worth mentioning. He even saw a dragon, a qilin, and other mythical creatures being killed. He growled. He was afraid, completely afraid. In his heart, Lin Ling seemed to have left an indelible shadow. That was the shadow of the devil. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Lingua did not know about his brother's change. Instead, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid and asked again, "You're young and can run around, but can you guarantee your uncle?" He even used his uncle to threaten Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the ability to escape, but could his uncle do the same? "You're courting death." Lin Ling's eyes moved slowly and gradually looked at Lingua. "You forced me to." Lingua sneered. However, he did not realize that a terrifying murderous intent was locked onto him. On the other hand, Mr. Tang and Mr. Go were alarmed. Threatening a cultivator was courting death. Sure enough, Lin Ling's murderous intent soared to the sky and shook the clouds. He wanted to kill gods and demons. "So what if I forced you? Do you think you can play with me?" Lin Ling's voice was incomparably low and not loud. However, when it landed in the ears of everyone present, it was as loud as thunder. Rumble. At the same time, the sky changed unknowingly. Dark clouds rolled in and thunder rumbled. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. "You." At this moment, Lingua finally felt fear. With a plop, he sat on the ground. "No." Second uncle and aunt were the same. It was as if they had seen the wrath of heaven. What was even more ironic and terrifying was that they were actually threatening heaven. At this moment, they were filled with endless regret, fear, and shock. Although they did not know who Lin Ling was, they had a vague feeling that he was a god. Of course, it was not just them. Everyone in the Lin family had the same feeling. Bang, bang, bang. They all sat on the ground. Mr. Chun and Mr. Wang's expressions changed drastically. They had also noticed the terrifying aura. At this moment, they suddenly recalled the legends of cultivators. Lin Ling, forget it. However, at this moment, an aged voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. It was his uncle. Lin Ling's face was cold and murderous intent surged in his eyes. However, after hearing his uncle's words, he gradually restrained himself. To be honest, Lin Ling had killed countless people. If he wanted to kill these despicable people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had to give face to his uncle. "I'll give you a word of advice. If you want to play, sure. However, before that, you'd better be clear about what kind of existence you are provoking." Shaking his head, Lin Ling supported his uncle and left. The moment he turned around, everyone who felt suffocated finally relaxed. It was as if someone had been holding their necks. If Lin Ling willed it, they would have died without knowing why. Fortunately, their uncle saved them. They looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the rest as they left. Then, they looked at the gradually dissipating dark clouds and lightning in the sky. All of them felt a lingering fear. In a fit of anger, the sky changed. Was such a person someone they could provoke? What kind of person was Lin Ling? As expected of Mr. Lin, this means that he can summon the wind and summon the rain. Mr. Tang and Mr. Go were the most shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling was omnipotent, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Even if science was incomparably advanced and could make artificial rain and thunder, no science could explain how he could summon lightning with just a thought. "Lin Ling, your uncle knows that you are no longer a child. You must have your own things to do. Go ahead. I could take good care of myself. I just hope that if you have time, come back and visit me. I don't have much time left. In this world, the only family member that I can't let go of is you." In the house, his uncle sat there and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He was no fool. Naturally, he could sense the changes in Lin Ling. "All right." Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He knew in his heart that his uncle's lifespan was not limited to this. It would not be difficult for him to live to 200 years old. In the following days, his uncle would become more energetic and healthy.